For the Billings City Council. Our work sessions are a little more informal for anybody who might be watching, and if they haven't seen our meetings before. We do not make binding decisions on the city during our work session, but it's an opportunity to discuss policy and also to make decisions about giving direction to staff. We have 5 items on our agenda tonight. There's a copy of the agenda back on the cart there. If anybody is present here and doesn't have one, feel free to help yourself. There'll be an opportunity for public comment after each one of those items. We'll ask people to keep their comments to 3 minutes or less and tell us their name and address at the beginning of their comments. Our first item up is marijuana business regulation. Before we jump into that one, our City Administrator, Chris Kukulski, is there anything that you have for us before we move on to item number 1?
I just wanted to show the mayor and council, and for anyone who's watching, where they can go on our website to get public safety information. So we're deep in the throes of education sessions. You're seeing those every week coming up, and some people ask, where can we get info? So there's 3 different slots on the homepage, the largest one towards the bottom left. If you click there, or the 2 that are higher, there's one at the top and one about a third of the way down. If you click in there, and this is changing almost daily. Today we added to it the handout, which I gave you a hard copy of in front of you. That's the 1-pager. You've got a little lower the presentation. That's the slide deck of the presentation. Tomorrow evening, 6 to 7:30. Thursday evening, 6 to 7:30. We'll be doing presentations open to the public at the library, and we'll record those on Channel 7. Once those recordings are set to go, we'll add a link to that, and someone could literally watch the video of those presentations and the Q&A that takes place there. The Center for Public Safety Management reports are on that site. You know, we're trying to balance. We don't want to overwhelm too much stuff there, then people can't find anything, but we're trying to make sure at billingsmt.gov / public safety PSML, that's where they find all this information. So just if you can continue to direct people there, or if you have ideas for us on how best to, what information to have there, that's the goal, is to be educational. As you know, we can't advocate for or against. We're just trying to provide educational material on the impacts. In fact, I neglected to point out the first thing that was put on this site by our finance director. You put your taxable value in there, it will tell you to the dollar, maybe even to the penny, I don't know if Andy's, it'll tell you exactly what this cost is to you. So we're just trying to make sure it's informative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Also, just a reminder for anybody, we'll come back to other council members on this, but on a different topic, Big Sky Economic Development put out a flyer today showing where people can get their vaccinations. 26 different sites around the city with your contact information. So I distributed that to the council members. If you've got a Facebook page, please feel free to post that or to share it with your constituents. I saw Councilmember Ronnie and Councilmember Neese.
Thank you. Chris, I was just going to ask if you would share what time tomorrow, and I think you said tomorrow night and Wednesday night at the library, if you could just say what time that
Absolutely.
is.
So Tuesday night and Thursday. So Tuesday, Thursday, 6 to 7:30. The website earlier did say 5:30 to 8, because I think that's the whole breadth of time we reserve the room, but the actual presentation will start at 6 o'clock. And if last year's any indication, hour 15 minutes, hour and 20 minutes, we'd pretty much covered everything, but we've got a full hour and a half there this Tuesday and Thursday at the public library, 6 to 7:30.
Thank you. Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, regarding the public safety education, I'm sure as you give these presentations, you get a lot of questions and you have to answer those questions. Do you have a frequently asked question site or spot up there that you can maybe post those commonly asked questions and what those answers are, so people who maybe don't go to those seminars, have some questions, can go here and look those up?
Great idea. I know we did that a year ago, so we will refresh that if it's not there, and create an FAQ, because that was helpful last year as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there's anything else, we'll move on then to item number 1. Karen Tracy, I think, is our presenter, at least to kick this one off. Karen, it's all yours.
Good evening.
And for everybody who might be watching, Karen is our assistant city attorney.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We were here a couple of weeks ago and received some direction and input from council regarding thoughts on how to regulate the marijuana businesses that will be authorized by the state and by our city come January 1st. And so I wanted to touch on some of those areas tonight. We won't need to touch on all of them again. I did provide you in the staff memorandum quite a bit of background material on the health and public safety impacts of the legalization of marijuana and the use of marijuana. I will not go through those materials tonight. Those are for your self-education and edification, and you can look at those to your heart's desire. But I did want to touch on some of the issues that I've investigated since our last work session, and that really requires some additional input from council. When we last met, we talked about the issue of if there was a dispensary cap, how would those licenses be allocated? Some ideas were expressed about a lottery system versus a merit-based ranking system like the city of Pueblo uses. And so I investigated to see which jurisdictions use lottery systems, and found that the state of Ohio uses a lottery system, as does the state of Illinois. Ohio breaks their districts into smaller pieces because they have quite a bit of rural area like Montana does. And so they have districts all over the state, and they have a lottery to allocate the licenses by district. They started out actually with the merit-based system, much like the city of Pueblo had, where they ranked them and they rated them and they published all of the questions and the numbers, and they were very transparent. After doing that for a couple of years, they went to a lottery system. So that told me that that was probably a smoother way for them to administer their system. The way that they do that, the only issue that I've seen is that in some pockets of Ohio, there aren't enough dispensaries who are interested in even entering the lottery. And they only have medical marijuana up there, so they're finding that there are some pockets that are underserved there. By contrast, the state of Illinois has an interesting lottery system. They have lotteries within their lotteries. They have been sued. And there were errors in their lottery system. And so they ended up adding more licenses to fix the people who were shortchanged from the first lottery system. There would be no need for anything as complex as the state of Illinois' lottery system. But just to put a fine tip on it, there's no way in the world in which we live that you can always guarantee against litigation. So I set out the benefits of a lottery system. There's an easier and faster administration, less use of staff time because we're not doing a lot of back and forth with committees and boards and rankings and questionnaires. It's a better fit with our city charter because our committees are advisory in nature. And if they're advisory in nature, then somebody has to affirm the decisions of the committee. So that just adds another layer of bureaucracy and more time to get those dispensary licenses issued. And I'll show you a little bit later in the presentation why that timing can be so important here. Also, I did find that there are some consulting firms that have worked with cities to implement lottery systems. If we utilized a consulting firm, that cost could be recouped in the license fees because it would be directly related to administering the licensing program. So you would have less of an impact on taxpayers by passing that on to the people who benefit from the administration of the lottery system. So that would also be a good plus. Also, there's less appearance of favoritism, which was one of the issues that council looked at last time, and felt like that it would be a more fair way of of allocating the licenses. The merit-based ranking system, we might end up with less experienced owners than we might if we used a merit-based system. And there might be fewer residents, benefits to workers and residents. For example, if you used a merit-based system, you might award plus factors to dispensaries that provided health insurance for their employees, or a more favorable facade, solar panels, different things that you could weigh a plus factor on. You lose the ability to do that. So I wanted to lay out those pluses and minuses so that you could get a feel for that. You have a printout because this is incredibly small, but PowerPoint does not like a portrait orientation. So I have given you a printout of how the application process could work, whether or not a lottery system was used for a particular type of marijuana business. We're not really looking at a lottery system for something like a cultivator or a manufacturer. Those type of licenses are probably not going to lend themselves to a lottery system. There probably will not be that kind of competition. A lottery system would be more applicable to a medical dispensary cap or a retail dispensary cap. In this flow chart, what we would have is an application would be received by the office. The application would be developed through the city administrator's staff, and the clerks would accept that application. The clerks would make an initial review to see if all of the attachments that were needed were there, if all of the spaces were complete, and they would determine whether or not the application would be passed on for further review. If there was something incomplete on that application, you would veer off to the right side of this diagram. We would give our applicants a couple of times to resubmit the paperwork in order to give them a fair chance to compete for one of these licenses. And so that is the little circle that you see off to the right. If and when the application is complete, it would be forwarded to the city administrator's staff for review. And at that point, a more thorough review would be done to make sure that all of the requirements of our own licensing structure were met, as well as the structures for the state. In other words, if they don't currently have their state license, where are they in that process? Is it pending? Has it been provisionally granted or whatnot? And it would be reviewed at a much more substantive level at that point. If it was complete at that point, then we would look at it to see, is this a license that is going to be subject to a cap? And if it is, then it would go into the lottery system. And if it is not, then it would go through our regular approval process to work with building, to work with the regional health department, if that is a manufacturing license, and we would just make sure that everything is in line before issuing that final license. After we've collected, we would have to determine a cutoff for when we were going to cut off completed applications for the lottery, and then we would have a lottery for how many of our licenses council decided to allocate. You would not have to have a lottery that often. You could do it probably every year or two as licenses became available. I doubt significantly that once a license is granted, there's going to be much turnover. If you'll remember, the licenses are non-transferable. So somebody who is fortunate enough to have a license is probably not going to let that go or surrender it easily. So they would go into the lottery. Then, as needed, we could reopen the application process later and collect applications for open licenses and do that process again. Again, those costs would be offset by the license fees. I blatantly stole this document from somebody else at a CLE, but I thought it was great, and especially for our purposes, I wanted to put these together. This is the implementation timeline for the new marijuana laws. You are here, right here between the deadline for July 1st, 2021, when the medical marijuana program was transferred to the Department of Revenue, and this council began to look, as many other jurisdictions have, about regulations to adopt to monitor these things at the local level. Our next big milestone is this January 1st, 2022 date, and that's the end of this year, first of next year. So at this point, the Department of Revenue will begin accepting licenses, and also under the code, the current medical marijuana providers will be able to sell adult use marijuana without further licensing for the next 18 months. This gap between January 1st, 2022 and July 1st of 2023 is a very important protection period for Montana marijuana growers, processors, retailers of medical marijuana. This is a period where the marijuana industry in Montana is shielded from competition from outside of the state. And that is extremely, extremely important to keep in mind, because our next big deadline at the end of that 18 months is July 1st of 2023. And this is when the out-of-state industries, the big money marijuana retailers, providers, processors, so forth, this is when they enter the state of Montana and begin competing with our home state people. Okay, so this becomes very important, particularly when you are looking at the lottery system. So if this council decides that they want to have a cap, be it on medical, on retail, or on both, and you use a lottery system, it is most advantageous to our in-state and in-town providers to have that lottery and allocate the licenses prior to July 1st of 2023. So I like to analogize this to a beer stein, a pitcher of a beer glass. And during this protected period, you can fill it with Red Law Jail. And then come July 1st, 2023, Bud Light's going to try to fill that same glass. So if you have a fixed number of licenses, and those licenses are allocated to in-state and local medical marijuana providers, retailers, you have provided a safe haven and a growth opportunity for our local businesses. So please keep that in mind. I did speak with several jurisdictions this week, one of which was Kalispell. And the attorney that I spoke with in Kalispell stated that there was a provider that came and spoke at one of their council meetings, and they said, get ready, because there's a lot of medical marijuana providers who are planning to come to Kalispell and open up their dispensaries come January 1st. And of course, medical marijuana dispensaries can also sell retail marijuana come January 1st. For this reason, council may wish to consider a cap on medical marijuana dispensaries for this 18-month period, even if you do not have an interest in capping medical marijuana dispensaries indefinitely. There is an advantage in this 18-month period to capping medical marijuana licenses and then letting that cap sunset if you do not intend to have caps on medical marijuana after July 1st of 2023. This takes a while to think about and kind of understand the mechanics of what may happen and why you would want to do that. We could make an argument that process of coming in from out of town and putting your medical marijuana dispensary in the city is not what the legislature intended, but the language is not as tight as I would like it to be. And we don't need to have that argument if we have a temporary cap for that 18-month period. Here is our state of Montana and how they voted in the 190 initiative. Your green counties passed the 190 initiative and voted to allow marijuana sales in their county. You'll see that Yellowstone is a green, and you will see where we are surrounded by an awful lot of red. This actually is looking a lot more pink, but it was red in the original map. What I did was I came in and I looked at all of these counties around us, and I pulled the 2020 census data all around us and looked to see how many Montanans might come to Yellowstone County for their marijuana demand. We are the closest large county for all of the counties where you see numbers in there. If you added up all of these populations in Yellowstone County, the dispensaries in Yellowstone County will probably meet a demand in Montana for recreational marijuana for 227,135 people. So about 168,000 people are in Yellowstone County, and we are probably looking at about another 60,000 in the surrounding areas where we're the closest provider for retail or medical marijuana. So I wanted to give you an idea because when we were here last, this council wanted some direction, some thoughts, some data in order to determine a number of dispensaries if a cap was applied. And looking at this population is going to be important to you for making that decision. If you think about it, all the folks that are over here are not coming to Yellowstone County for their marijuana. There's plenty of supply over here. Probably these counties that are very close to this big patch of green, they're not coming to Yellowstone County. They're going to get their marijuana from Flathead County, Lewis and Clark, Missoula, and so forth. One thing to keep in mind, because this came up at the last work session on public comment, yes, we are regional, and for retail purposes, we do draw people from the Dakotas, over here, and Wyoming. All three of those states, the sale of marijuana is illegal in those states. Okay, so it would be illegal to take recreational marijuana and move it back across state lines. So my encouragement to this council is to weigh the policy benefits and responsibilities for those people living within the city of Billings. You may have people that come in from Wyoming and the Dakotas. They come in to do their shopping. They might decide to stop at a dispensary and make purchases. But when they leave, they will leave those dispensaries behind them within the Billings city limits. And the people who work, go to school, and live here will live with the impact of those dispensaries. One of the studies that I pointed out to you last time, and is also in your case report, is remember that people who live within 18.4 miles of a retail dispensary have an increased usage of marijuana. So when those people go back to Wyoming and the Dakotas, they're not living within 18.54 miles of that dispensary. It's pretty much everybody within the city of Billings who would be. The problematic use of marijuana becomes even more intense when you are 0.8 miles. So those are the most highly impacted areas. So when making a decision on the capping of dispensaries, please keep in mind that although businesses may wish to serve the people from Wyoming and the Dakotas, you're in the position of having to weigh the policy choices of your citizens living this close to how many dispensaries, and weigh that with the impact of business opportunities for dispensaries in Yellowstone County. I looked at a number of jurisdictions to see how saturated they are with dispensaries, and I wanted to give you some data to help you figure out what a reasonable number is. Here you have Yellowstone County. Oops, sorry. You have Yellowstone County. We have a population of 163,000 plus. We currently have 29 medical marijuana dispensaries within the county. 2 of those are within the city of Billings. We did receive confirmation we only have 2. So that is good news that you did not have before. So we have 1 medical marijuana dispensary right now for every 5,650 people. Look at Oregon. The state of Oregon has 754 dispensaries. They were the most saturated jurisdiction that I found. Oregon has 1 dispensary for every 5,620 people. Okay? Something to keep in mind, when Oregon moved from solely being a medical marijuana jurisdiction to a recreational marijuana jurisdiction, their number of medical marijuana dispensaries dropped from approximately 425 to 2. So at the time that recreational adult use marijuana comes around, you will not see much interest in businesses running a solely medical marijuana business structure. The money and the volume is going to be in the adult use recreational marijuana. This will impact your decision on whether or not a cap is needed after that initial 18 months. I just don't see that demand is going to be there for a medical marijuana only dispensary. There might be a niche business where somebody would really like to run that kind of business, and that's where their heart's at. But I think overall what we're going to see is that the medical marijuana only model is going to go away. In Washington State, they actually do cap their dispensaries, and they have recreational, that's what the R is. They have recreational marijuana. They have 556 dispensaries, so they have 1 dispensary for every 13,858 folks. Pueblo, they have 1 dispensary for every 14,204 people. And then you see the saturation drops significantly. California has recreational marijuana. They do not cap. Pueblo caps, but California does not appear to cap. They have 1 dispensary for every 27,000 people. Michigan has just adopted recreational marijuana, but it's so new that it would not be fair to include those numbers, so I just looked at medical. They have 1 medical marijuana dispensary for every 27,000 people. Pennsylvania has only medical marijuana. Let me look and see. They do cap their dispensaries. They have 1 medical marijuana dispensary per 85,000 people. I found it very interesting that Pennsylvania requires these medical marijuana dispensaries to have a full-time doctor or pharmacist that works in the dispensaries. They allot licenses to 50 people or businesses, and those licenses give that licensee the right to have 3 locations. So they do theirs a little bit differently. So when you see that there's 1 license per 85,000 people, keep in mind that there's a very high cost to enter in and get a license in Pennsylvania because you're having to have medical staff on site. Ohio does cap, and they just recently almost doubled their cap capacity to bring it up to 130. They have 1 dispensary per every 89,000, almost 90,000 people. Illinois just added licensees because they had an issue with their lottery, and so now they have 133. They also have recreational marijuana, 1 for every 95,277. So what I decided to do was look and see if these jurisdictions had our population, how many dispensaries would that be? In Oregon, if we had the same saturation that Oregon has, we would have 19 dispensaries within the city of Billings. The total in county would be 29. So that would indicate that you would have 19 in the city, 10 outside the city but in county, for a grand total of 29. Keep in mind, we have 29 right now in county. Only 2 happen to be within the city. If you were looking at serving that entire region that I showed you on the big map of Montana, then that entire region would need 40 dispensaries to serve at the same rate as Oregon. And keep in mind that Oregon has the highest saturation that I was able to locate. If we were as saturated as Washington State, then we would have 8 dispensaries within city limits. We would have a total of 12 within a county, so 17 less than we have right now. And the entire region would have 16 dispensaries. And it goes down until you get to, say, it's about the same until you get to the California level, where the numbers start dropping to 4, 6, and 8. So you can see comparatively where we would sit now. Right now, we're probably at the rate of Oregon right now. If we wanted to add dispensaries to get up to 40, then we're probably looking at having a cap of 11 here within the city limits. If you were planning to have enough dispensaries to serve that entire region of Montana counties where recreational marijuana is not available. That would make you as saturated as Oregon, which may not be the direction that this council wants to take. There were a couple of other interesting pieces of data that I came up with, but at this point in time, the direction that we are looking for from this council is, do you want to pursue the lottery system? And do you want to cap medical marijuana licenses, at least for that 18-month period? You would not have to cap them after that if you did not care to. That could be a sunsetted provision. So if you can give us direction, then we will draft in a lottery scheme. And then right now, we don't need direction on the number of licenses that council wants to authorize. for this reason. That number is easily changed. If we draft the ordinances and bring those to you, changing a number is not difficult at all. Crafting in a different way of allocating those licenses would be much more difficult. There would be a renewal process for these licenses, and as long as somebody's in good standing and there's not been, excessive number of violations, those licenses are going to be renewed. I did want to point out something else that I learned from Bozeman. And that is why a first-come, first-served model does not work. So I'm going to go back to the difference between the lottery and the merit-based ranking system. Bozeman had a 20-cap medical dispensary in their ordinances. They authorized up to 20 and first-come, first-served. For years that worked. For several years that worked. They didn't even allocate out the full 20 licenses, which was really interesting until the last couple of years. In the last couple of years, it became clear that that was your foot in the door to get a retail license. So all of a sudden, all 20 of those licenses got snapped up. Remember, the licenses are non-transferable, or they're intended to not be transferable. So here's what would happen. Somebody would come in and surrender their license, and the very next person in line behind them was in line to buy that license. So what was happening was money was changing hands and being paid to people who owned that medical marijuana dispensary license by big money that was coming in behind them. And they used that first come, first serve business, and they would go in right one in front of the other. And this is one of the reasons that the first come, first served model does not work. One of the other things that came up, and I believe it came up within the context of testing last time, which was if we had a complaint-driven system, how do you get complaints? Who's going to complain? And I mentioned that the IRS gets most of their tips from former spouses. And sure enough, what was happening once those 20 licenses were snapped up in Bozeman was there were all sorts of calls into Bozeman about people. That dispensary owner picked up a DUI. That dispensary owner picked up a drug charge. All these things that would cause somebody to lose their state license. Okay, so there was we'll call it self-policing aspect to the licensing scheme. So the direction again that we're looking is, do you want to pursue a licensing scheme? Do you want to cap medical marijuana licenses? And if so, do you want to just do that for the 18-month period? I do want to show you a couple other pieces of data. We also discussed last session if you wanted to, at least at the beginning, cap canopy tiers for cultivators, at least initially, until we get our arms around how the cultivation of marijuana within city limits would work and any issues associated with that. These are the tiers as those are defined by the state of Montana. And this tier goes all the way down to tier 12, which is more than an acre of marijuana plants. So council might wish to say initially limit the cultivation tiers to up to tier 6. And then we can see and work out any issues that might arise with people starting up cultivation businesses and increase those later if we see that that's not going to be a problem. This is just some information that I picked up at a CLE that I was at this past week about online advertising of marijuana businesses. These are just a few things that the state has put into place to limit some of the online advertising, things on social media of that nature, to make sure that there's some curbs on it. And that may be my last one. If there are any questions, I would be glad to try to answer those.
Thank you, Karen. I'm sure we'll have lots of questions. For council's benefit, I suggest we try to put questions to Tracy as factually as possible, and then we'll open up for public comment, and we can come back for more discussion and trying to reach some conclusions on some of the policy issues that Tracy has outlined. I guess I've got a comment and a question. Tracy, one, the possible, Karen, I'm sorry, what did I say?
Tracy.
Karen Tracy, oh, okay, yeah, that's always the case, all right. For the possibility of limiting licenses to in-state operators, you started some of your comments along those lines. My understanding is that there's plenty of case law that says that that's unconstitutional, it's a violation of the Interstate Commerce Clause. So that's really just the comment, but you should feel free to respond any way you want. On the issue of lotteries versus merit-based, however the licenses go out, I'm a fan of the lottery option, maybe even a lottery hybrid where 90% is pure lottery, but 10% you get an extra ball in the hat or something for having, very nice signage or nice things that limits the subjectivity, that we could maybe work out some sort of hybrid like that. But have you got any information about the length of the license in other states or cities, the term? If it's forever and ever, that seems to be a different situation. There's a lot more at stake than if it will eventually terminate and somebody else will have a chance in that lottery. Of course, it creates real issues for the people how long that term would be, because they're not going to want to be able to put real money into a business unless they can be sure to get some return. But can you address the issue of term and length of a license?
Yes, and if I can address the Interstate Commerce Clause question first, because it's just one of my favorite topics, actually. We don't have a problem right now with interstate commerce. You are correct. Favoring in-state businesses to the detriment of out-of-state businesses is prohibited by the Interstate Commerce Clause. The beautiful thing of this moment in time is there is no interstate commerce. It is illegal on a federal level. It is, we're not competing in state and out of state. In fact, the state law is such that we can only sell marijuana grown in Montana. You cannot bring it in from Oregon and sell it here in Montana. It's only Montana marijuana in Montana. We're in a moment in time where there is no prohibition under the Commerce Clause because there is no interstate commerce. So we don't have that issue. Regarding the licenses, because they are not transferable, I have not seen where people have put an expiration date on surrendering the license. In other words, if you obtain your license and you keep that in good standing and you go through the renewal process and there have not been any issues, then that can be kept until such time as you surrender that license. And that's the benefit that you get. Now, this council may decide later on that, we started with 8 licenses and we've got room to grow. Maybe we've annexed some land and it makes sense to allow dispensaries in a different area. You can always easily amend the ordinance and increase that number. And then there would be room for a new competitor in there. But the intent is kind of the yin and the yang is that you can't transfer your license But if you're in good standing and you renew that, we're not going to take it from you either. There would need to be a due process when we draft the ordinance. There would be procedural and substantive due process before we could take or revoke anybody's licenses, not unlike what we have in the massage ordinance right now.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions for Karen? Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. What I wanted to ask are the numbers of dispensaries that you have for the other states like Montana in that they have counties that prohibit it? And the reason I'm asking is you're going to have a concentration wherever you have half of the state not available. So I just wanted to ask that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Joy, for that question, Council Mayor. Yes, I was actually shocked by how many of the states had models exactly like Montana does, where you would easily see half the counties opted out. Colorado is like that. We had visited the topic of Colorado Springs in our last work session. They do not allow recreational marijuana. So they have a patchwork checkered scheme within their state. Michigan is another one. It's very fascinating if you go to Michigan's website and they have a click where you can pull it up by county. And there's every single county, whether or not the sales are allowed, whether or not there's a license cap, whether or not there are any other restrictions, and it is a complete patchwork. So clearly, to me at least, it appears that there has been a concerted effort to approach the rollout of marijuana sales by the industry using this same model where counties can opt in and opt out. So very much so.
Thank you. Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you. Thank you for all this information. I have a question on the suggestion that we cap medical for 18 months. And my question is, if we get regulations in place and are ready to roll out, let's say the lottery January 1st, we couldn't really be in a position of then a bunch of medical moving in. And because I think what we're trying to avoid is all 30 medical dispensaries move into the city and exist there for only 18 months. And then unfortunately, a bunch of them have to leave, which would be, I think, very difficult for business owners, among other things. So I'm just trying to understand the nuance of that. Is the cap the only way to achieve that? Or if we could get the lottery system in earlier and we say we only have this many licenses for recreational, so if you want to come in as a medical-only dispensary, you can't sell medical for that, you can't sell recreational for that 18 months. Is that possible?
The state statute is pretty specific that if you are a former medical marijuana license holder, you get to sell adult use without having any other additional license. So my concern would be if we open it up to an unlimited number of medical marijuana dispensaries, you could have an influx of people trying to hang their medical marijuana shingle. And by the way, we can also sell retail for at least 18 months. And then we hope we get into that hopper for the lottery. But if we don't, then they could still operate as a solely medical marijuana provider. But I do think that operates to a disadvantage by bringing in a lot of dispensaries initially that would not be able to sustain their business model. And then you would have a lot of fallout from that.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Karen, on that topic of existing medical marijuana operators, how do we protect the existing medical marijuana operator, really? He has a statutory monopoly for 18 months. But if we go to a lottery process after that, it seems like you get two choices. Either just gets in line with everybody else and has an equal chance, or he is given some sort of a preference. How do we address that? I can understand an argument for a preference because that operator has more of an existing investment that has been built up over the years than anybody who might be starting from scratch. Can you address that issue?
Thank you, Mayor Cole, Council. This is the rubric through which I see it. Right now, our one medical marijuana licensee sells or should be selling only medical marijuana. That is what they've been licensed to provide, and that is what they're authorized to provide. The ability to continue that business model would not change if this council only caps medical marijuana dispensaries for an 18-month period. They could sell medical marijuana today, they could sell it on January 2nd, and they could sell it on January 2nd of 2024. It is only the fact that they would have to compete on an equal footing with other businesses to sell retail adult use medical marijuana, which is not a vested interest at this time. That's not their business model. So my position would be they could continue in perpetuity as long as they're in good standing with the licensing structure to continue as a medical marijuana dispensary indefinitely. But in order to compete, they lose that leg up in a lottery system. They go into the hopper with everybody else.
Okay, thank you very much. Protect them in perpetuity for what they're doing now, medical, no special treatment for recreational. Other questions? Councilmember Purington and Joy?
I actually have two questions, Karen. One of them has to do with the business licensing. Because throughout a lot of the conversation, the memo, how do we recoup our costs through the business license? And it was my understanding when we were going through the spa ordinance that we really couldn't, you have to have a level playing ground when it comes to business licenses. So would we be charging them more for a business license? I think now the business license is $50 or, okay, $55. So if we only charge them $55, that's going to go away very quickly with some of the things that you're referring to. So would you address that fee for business license?
I would be glad to, Councilmember Purington, Council, Mayor. We are allowed to charge to offset the actual cost of applying that licensing program. One of the issues you may have had with the spa ordinance is that we had a lot of legitimate spa businesses that were in operation already. They were not, there was not a startup cost with building that licensing program that was caused by the existence of those legitimate businesses. So I see that as a little bit different, whereas what we have here is a brand new business industry, and quite frankly, a lucrative one. And I would imagine that it would be the policy outlook of this council that the cost for administering those licenses and issuing those licenses should rightfully be borne by the marijuana businesses that will be profiting, as opposed to the taxpayers of the city of Billings, that they should not have to pick up that tab. Mr. Kukalski.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chris.
Mayor and Council, the piece I'd add, agree with everything Karen pointed out, which would also state that you got a couple complexities. One, the city really doesn't have much of a robust business license program at all. Technically, we have a business tax. But any of the licenses, whether it's this, the massage industry, any industry in the future of the discussion, your authority is to recoup the cost. You can't recoup more than the cost, but you have the authority, I think, generally to recoup what the cost is. The last discussion really was a political one. I mean, administration's motive was to get people licensed and deal with the criminal activity that was going in the community. It was not to fight a battle over what the fee was to do that. And I think you could, I don't think, if you got deep into it, I think we saved money in the long run. But certainly, there is quite a disconnect between these two things. Ultimately, if Andy were answering the question, I'm sure he would be clear. $55 does not cover the cost for even our business tax program as far as the time spent by staff doing it, but that's not been touched for decades, by the council.
Thank you. And I appreciate the way that you presented that, because it is a new industry, and that makes perfect sense to me. So I appreciate that. So my other question, it has to do with that map that you have up there with the ones that approved and didn't approve. And I'm not sure that you can really address this, but my understanding with the counties that did approve, and you look around us, we've got Bighorn and Rosebud, and then up there in the northeast part, a lot of those are reservations. And it's my understanding that the reservations, that was going to be part of, one of the industries that they were going to embrace. So just the quick question, the other point to that is because they are federally, it's a federal land thing, does the marijuana, can they actually do that if it's not legal federally?
Actually, Councilmember Purinton, there is a provision in House Bill 701 that permits each tribe a license, a combined license. And so there's one that is allocated for each tribe. I'm not sure how federal law intersects with that. So, and being relatively new to Montana, I'm not familiar with the lay of the land and where those lands would be. But the legislature did provide for licensing for the various Indian tribes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just a question that may be a little bit more of an opinion than a fact, a little bit of speculation. Do you think that an 18-month period of time will be enough for us to be able to tweak this regulation? Depending on how slow things roll out, will 18 months give us the kind of data in terms of customers and impacts or whatever we would like to tweak about that? Is that enough time? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Joy and Mayor and Council. I do believe that we can make a tremendous amount of progress. Simultaneously, of course, we're waiting for the voters to make a decision on retail dispensaries come November. My mental process has been that we're going to have retail dispensaries. That may or may not be accurate, but we're planning the work as if there will be retail dispensaries. Simultaneous with this, we can already start developing an application process for our licensees, both medical and retail. Simultaneous with that, we can start fielding inquiries and issuing requests for proposals to consulting firms to see who could help us administer a lottery. So we do not have to stay still until January 1st to begin working on the administrative pieces of this. We will see in the first 18 months, I believe, a huge amount of sales. And at that point, we will probably, hopefully, be able to see some sales data to see if we have an adequate supply. Then we have to go back and look at, are we going to put more dispensaries within our city limits to serve people that may be coming from out of state.
Thank you, Karen. Council, we're in. We got 5 items on our agenda tonight. We don't want to be here 5 hours if we can avoid it. So I suggest we move to public comment period, and we'll come back. And if you've got additional questions for Karen, and we'll start our more general discussion. So thank you, Karen. Very helpful, very informative. Appreciate all your hard work, and especially these many of the written work, and I'm sure if we forget to ask you to send those to us, some of these charts and whatnot, please do. I know we've got the map, but some of the other spreadsheets and things. With that, we'll open up for public hearing. For anybody who would like to comment or public comment on this topic now, please come forward. Just ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. Ask that you give us your name and address up front. Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, and staff. My name is Neil Kiner, 1432 Teton Avenue. I just wanted to follow up and make myself available for questions after I submitted an email to you all shortly after the last work session. A couple things I wanted to highlight from that letter that were not discussed tonight was primarily deals with zoning. And I didn't hear any discussion on that yet tonight. I don't know if there's any direction from council that some opening of ideas in terms of the 7 or I actually call it 8 different businesses of cannabis. I think that it would be wise for the council to consider zoning regulations for each separate type of business as opposed to a blunt hammer type of approach where we group everything all together. So just wanted to make myself available for questions. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure maybe we'll get some additional comments on the map after public comment.
Tina Walker-Smith, 4100 Murphy. I wanted to just make a couple of points. I'm not a dispensary owner, as I believe most of the council believes. My husband and I used to be providers, but because of the city council decision back in 2016, we were forced to close. I'm now here on behalf of several dispensaries, but I spend my time here because at the end of the day, I am a patient, a small business owner, and most importantly, a voter. The ignorance of the statements we hear in these chambers is very concerning. I teach cannabis industry class, and I want to offer anyone in the council to participate. I've been teaching this class for over a year and a half. Excuse me. It's about 2 to 3 hours per class, 2 classes per week, 4 weeks, including an extensive exam, which must be passed by 80% or higher to receive a certificate. And I will leave information cards here for anyone who's interested. The biggest thing that I wanted to address was the open meeting that is supposed to be scheduled for those of us in the industry. But as Councilman Purington said 2 weeks ago, she doesn't feel the open meeting will be beneficial because we won't like what y'all have to say anyway. And that is not true. Our issue with the council is that you don't listen to us, and most of you don't know what you're voting on. Councilman Neese spoke 2 weeks ago about the heavy metal testing needing after manufacturing. If anyone from the industry was included in these conversations with city staff or city council, we would have told you that heavy metals aren't introduced in the manufacturing process. Heavy metals are absorbed by the plants if they are grown in contaminated soil. 4 heavy metals are tested in the flower, along with 18 different pesticides, and concentrates are tested for all of those things, along with 15 different solvents. This is all state testing, which has been required for over 4 years. Test results are recorded in the tracking system by the lab, not the dispensary. Seeing as no one has reached out to anyone in the industry, yes, we are frustrated. We come, we listen, we speak, and it makes no difference to most of you. You've made up your minds that we're all bad people selling toxic drugs that will eat the children's brains and ruin our precious town. What you need to be concerned with is the meth, gambling, and alcohol, which has already ruined this town, but now our industry has to pay the price with overregulation and ridiculous rules. What we want is to be heard. We want council to make educated decisions with accurate information from people in the industry. We want our businesses to have a chance. We want to serve the sick, disabled, and terminally ill members of our community, within our community, not shunned a 10-square box across the street from the county line. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mayor, council members, my name is Rennie Fujiwara. I live at 3004 Nye Lane, lifetime resident of Ward 4. I just wrote down a couple things that I heard from the presentation by Karen. Appreciate you standing up. For years, Montana has been sending, and other states have been sending money south and east to pick up their marijuana, to take it to wherever they're gonna go. I can't do anything about the people who come and buy my cannabis. I'm the chief operator at Billings Green Cross. My wife is the owner. I can't do anything about what people do when they leave. I try to prevent what I can. I can tell people to watch themselves, but for years, we've been sending money out of our state. It should stay in our state if they're gonna buy cannabis, which they will. In 2018, we were told to move out of town, and we moved out willingly, and we spent the last 3 years trying to recover from that move financially. The dispensary saturation slide that was put up is kind of misleading. In Billings and in Montana, we have a vertical integration system, which means that I, as a very small grower, I grow flower and a few edibles. My revenue is $60,000 a year. I'm tiny, very, very small. And yet I have to create everything myself using my skills inside my license, inside my wife's license. I have to do everything. So my 1 of 29 is kind of an erroneous way of looking at that number. I'm tiny. What you're talking about is huge dispensaries, and that's not what we have in Billings. It's not what we have in Montana. We have tiny licenses. There are some big players who do have big dispensaries. The rest of us are tiny of those 27 or 29. Some of those inside the city limits are inside city and county islands, and you don't have jurisdiction over them. So including them in that does not also count. They're not a part of Billings. They're not being included in our numbers. The market will dictate who's going to stay in business and who will not. That's how it always is. If you're small, you don't have a good business plan, you're going to fold. And that is business. That's something we all got into knowing it would happen. It's just in marijuana and cannabis, we have an extremely high level of entry. Per dispensary location, you're talking about making the business license bigger. Per dispensary location, we have to pay $5,000 for every place we decide to open if it isn't in the same place. It is a very cost and very expensive business to get into, but yet those of us have been around for the last 4 years are still trying. We're still putting forward. And this merit/lottery-based system makes the 4 years that we've put into this business questioned. Will we be able to go forward? And with that, how will we be able to find a place in Billings in 4 months without knowing whether we'll be able to get a license? And that's all of us. We're tiny. We make a few $1,000s a month. We have volunteers because we can't do the work all ourselves. And so when we come against a situation, well, maybe you'll be in business or maybe you won't, with something we spent 4 years trying to build, we would like a little bit more assurance that we can move forward in January because we are the ones who built this program.
Thank you. Any other public comment this evening?
Good evening, I'm the wife. I'm Sarah Hatfield from Billings Green Cross, 3004 Nye Lane. Of course, I agree with what my husband said. I just want to clarify and reiterate what he said about the 2 dispensaries that are currently inside the city limits, and I believe that they're there because they're on county islands. But I don't know the details of why they are in the city limits, but I don't want them or their numbers to be included in a lottery that I have to join when they already have this huge advantage. Like if you're lotterying off 8 spots, but 2 are already taken by someone who may or may not be violating the city attorney's directives, that's doubly unfair. So I just want to make sure to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment period, come back to council. Council, you've heard a lot of questions. Do you have any answers? Where would you like to start? Councilmember Yakowicz.
Thank you, Honor. I guess for Karen, what's your recommendation for limit in a nutshell?
Genuinely, it is, it's a policy decision for this council. I do not see us needing to be as saturated as Oregon, but I also do not see us needing to be as restrictive as Michigan or Pennsylvania. I think if we hit, or we try to hit within the maybe 17,000 to 25 per dispensary in the city limits, that might give you somewhere around 8 or 9 dispensaries within city limits, would put us about in the middle of the pack. We do need to realize that if we put 9 dispensaries here within the city, that gives us 31 in county. So we would still have quite a few countywide. But I think that that would put us about in the middle of the pack. I just don't think the outliers, one way or the other, are where we probably want to be.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. Karen, so a couple of the public comments, I just wanted to make sure that we get those addressed. So the two dispensaries we're talking about right now that have city business licenses are one has a city business license, and then the other one
Is not in good standing.
Not in good standing, that's right. Thank you for clarifying that. But they are both, just to clarify, they are both within the city limits.
Correct.
Yeah.
And we did verify that both with an attorney for the state as well as the regional inspector. We were not aware of it. Nobody was aware of anything more than those two. And just one thing I want to clarify is that those 2 dispensaries would not realize any advantage in a lottery system.
Yeah. Thank you for clarifying that again. And then the other was Mr. Kiner's comment about zoning. My understanding is in this work session, in future work sessions, we're taking this kind of piecemeal at a time. So in other words, possibly the next discussion we'll have will be that zoning, and we'll see that map. Is that correct?
Actually, Councilmember Ronning, there is a zoning commission meeting come October 5th, and then there will be a meeting with public discussion after that. I would defer to Nicole on the specifics.
Okay.
Nicole.
Because I think that was a valid question, because we had mentioned that before. We did say that we would get a map developed so people could see that, and we haven't provided that yet, so.
Yes, we need one that has the overlapping.
Right.
And when we did look at that in the committee meeting,
Yeah.
there were so many concentric circles and hatches that we're
Right.
trying to develop one that shows where businesses could be located as opposed to where they cannot be
Right,
located.
exactly. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The draft zoning regulation, which I will send to you, Neil, tomorrow, does separate the uses into each kind of business. It does establish those businesses allowed provided they meet separations in those zone districts. The direction from council and from your steering committee was to put those in zone districts where the least amount of conflict with residential places, churches, schools, parks, daycare centers would happen. And those zone districts are heavy commercial, light industrial, and heavy industrial for the dispensaries, the cultivation, and the processing. Transporters also are very much oriented towards those same zone districts and types of uses. Testing laboratories, we broadened that suite of zone districts because laboratories are laboratories, no matter what they're testing, right? So we included the downtown zone district as well as the downtown support district to allow testing laboratories for marijuana. The direction from the steering committee was to create a 1,000-foot separation distance, measured the same way we measure for casinos and bars. So from the outside of the structure, 1,000 feet to a school property line, a church property line, a daycare center property line, or a residential zone. So the map showing where businesses could locate is very important. And we're still working to refine that to get it as accurate as possible and as legible as possible. So we're going to kind of pull out, highlight the area that might be available to locate these businesses, no matter how many you decide will be within the city limits.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Boyette, question for Nicole?
Yes, just to make sure, we're not here to decide the number itself. We're just here to decide whether we want to cap it or not. Is that?
Right,
Okay.
right. I think that's what Karen has
We're not
asked.
here to say we want 8 or 9 or 2 or 4, just
Right.
saying we want to cap.
Right.
Also, we're here to determine whether we want to use, which mechanism we want to use to obtain that.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Exactly. Also, because the vote is happening on the adult use recreation, we can easily extract that use out of the draft if it doesn't pass.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Talking to, considering Mike Boyette's, talking about the caps, and I think Karen, you wanted the.
It's spreading.
You wanted some of the capped information as well. I would say I tend to see the higher caps at the 25,000 per population ranges would be, in my opinion, to see something like that, at least to start out with, to see how the numbers go the first 18 months, and then definitely readjust them and look at them to see how things are progressing.
And one other area I want to make sure that we get direction on is if we need to look at a cap on the medical marijuana dispensaries and sunsetting that potentially.
Mara, if you don't mind. Go ahead. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think the idea of the medical marijuana cap, as we move forward, may or may not be, it may be a non-issue in 18 months, and at that point in time, I think we could reduce it. I found your numbers, the stats, interesting, maybe not fully revealing, going from 400 down to 2 in a particular state, but we don't know, how many increased in recreational and things like that. So we don't know what the net amount change was, but I'd also find it interesting that those are medical, those patients were supposedly, I would assume, caregiving patients now must be caregiving themselves somewhere, but that's beside the point. I think the issue is, I think that it will be a non-issue, and I don't think I wouldn't oppose removing a limit or having it set where we have an initial cap on medical marijuana, and then have that only, expire after 18 months.
And just to point out, Councilmember Neese, if you look and see here, Oregon now has 754 total dispensaries. So when it was medical only, before there was a conversion, they went really from about 425, 450 dispensaries up to 750. Those dispensaries serve both patients and adult users.
Karen, on that issue of capping medical marijuana dispensaries, is there any harm in having a cap if, since it seems we could always increase that if there was demand?
Correct.
But if you begin with no cap and then try to impose a cap later, it seems like you're asking for a challenge that you may have been able to avoid if you proceed more cautiously. Do you want to comment on that? comment?
Thank you, Mayor Cole and council. It is certainly always better to start lower and increase than to let a business make an investment, get established, realize that you have issues that now need to be dealt with because of public health and safety and welfare, and then try to dial back a vested interest and investment by a business. It's almost as if you close the barn door after the horse is out. So it is much easier to start lower and expand than to try a laissez-faire environment and then decide that we've got community impacts that need to be addressed.
Thank you. Councilmember Tricky.
I would point out, Mr. Mayor, that one of the disadvantages of that is that by capping it, we're capping the number of businesses that could come into the city of Billings that could take advantage of the 18-month period where there's less competition from outside. A question for you, Karen.
I'm having problems hearing you. It may just be my age.
My microphone. So what I said is the 18-month period is intended to limit the competition to local businesses.
Correct.
And if we cap, what we are doing is putting a cap on the number of local businesses that can take advantage of that 18 months. So.
Councilmember Chiriki, Mayor, and Council, I think that that's an excellent point because in order to provide the best benefit to local businesses, local business owners, entrepreneurs, you want to set a cap both that you feel comfortable with, but is as generous as you might feel comfortable with. Because we probably have time to have one lottery within that 18-month period. It will take a period of time to gather applications, to vet those applications, and to have a lottery. There won't be time to assess if we have room for more, gather more applications, have another lottery, and get 2 lotteries in by the end of that 18-month period. I feel confident that we can get certainly that first lottery done and completed within the 18-month period. That's an excellent point. Thank you.
And just to clarify that point, although well taken, assumes the constitutionality of a prohibition on out-of-state operators, back to where we started the conversation, correct?
That does.
Okay. Councilmember Tricky, back to you.
I'm confused about one thing. So how does an out-of-state operator within that 18-month period get a license to operate a medical marijuana business in Montana?
They should not. The Councilmember Tricky, I took Mayor Cole's observation to be that if we stick to our cap and we fill that beer stein with Red Lodge Ale, and Bud Light comes in 20 months from now and we go, there's no more room in the glass for you, that they could mount that challenge.
So their ability to come in is after that 18-month period?
Correct. You're correct.
All right, I just wanted to be clear about that. I did have a couple of comments at this point.
Sure.
I went looking for someplace comparable to Billings that's doing this, and the place that I landed at was Stockton, California. They're an oil and gas town, ag town, they're bigger than we are, but they're kind of in the middle of nowhere as well too, for California. A couple of things that I saw in there that kind of stuck out for me, and to the mayor's point, one of the things that they do is that they require a 50%. Oh, sorry. On and off. So I went looking for a place comparable to Billings, and I came up with Stockton, California. A couple of interesting things that they do that I thought I would pass on. One is that they require a 50% local ownership. which I think is an interesting thing that's in there. Another thing that they're doing is that they're allowing they have mandated that the number of businesses, licenses in their lottery increases every year, which allows them to go up on it. And the other thing on your advertising point, on the advertising thing, one of the things that I think that we really need to hammer over and over and over again, it's a public health issue. All of these behaviors, alcohol, drugs, tobacco, whatever, they're all public health issues, and we need to have, require something on there about responsible use, responsible and helpful use. That said, I'm fine with you going ahead and drafting the language for a lottery and for a cap, although I personally do not believe that the cap is the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Boyette and Shaw?
Thank you, Mayor. I was wondering if it's time for a motion. If so, I'd like to make a motion to direct staff for the future. And one is to look into a cap, and the other one is to look into the lottery method as their direction to travel.
Okay, there is a motion to give that direction to the staff, cap and lottery.
Can I second it?
Yes, you absolutely can.
I would like to second it with the caveat that, obviously this is just direction to staff. I don't support a cap on medical ultimately. I can understand we might have this 18-month kind of growing pain period where we have to do it, but I just want to state that at the end of that 18 months, personally, I would like to see medical-only dispensaries because I think we're going to see the market drop and take care of it itself, is my personal opinion. So, but I will support it because I think there's a lot of good stuff here. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Discussion now on that motion. Councilmember Neese, did you only want the second, or did you want to comment further?
I would have liked your second, but that's okay.
I had already raised my hand.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's all right. But I don't disagree with her on the medical marijuana. I think it's gonna work its way out once the recreational happens. But again, I think that's something that the next council is going to have to review in 18 months and determine if it should go away or maybe there needs to be a cap. But I think it's something we should move forward with. So, and I support the lottery system as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Running.
Thank you. Thank you, Karen, for all of the information you've provided and the peer reviews that you've provided for us, which we don't get to really talk about here, but you've provided us with peer study, peer reviews. That has been great information, so thank you for that. I support the lottery system and just also want to make sure that it's known that a number of businesses, two of them that are here tonight, have been very open to council over the years and have invited us to their businesses. They've supplied us with great information. They've been very open, and council members and city staff have taken advantage. We've listened to them. We've gone to their places of business, and they've welcomed us, and I truly say thank you, and with the information they provided us, truly grateful for what they've given us. That said, I feel strongly, and I've said it before, I feel strongly that we protect those businesses that, as we heard Rennie say, they've invested into this community. And so I feel really strongly that we do protect those businesses and would encourage that in the best way possible. And I do think that a lottery system also does provide those businesses that were forced out into the county fair game when it comes to competing with the one business that's in the city limits. I think it's important that we not provide someone with a monopoly, but we give all businesses fair shot. And I think that a lottery system is appropriate and works in that direction. So thank you for that.
Councilmember Troy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'll support the motion. However, I do have kind of, I don't know, a kind of concern when you have a lottery, if it never increases, you have a cap and a lottery. That's where I think we might get ourselves into a real bind, because you'll have businesses, if we project that out as in good standing, not any problems, those licenses would continue. I think we could get ourselves in a real bind where we have this monopolistic number of few businesses, and the lottery becomes irrelevant. There will never be another lottery because there's simply not any more licenses. So I'm not sure exactly how a lottery and a cap will work at the same time. So maybe that's something that, maybe you could clarify a little bit at some later point. And that's not the economics of it. I mean, if you think about the economics of it, I understand too that if you have a lottery and you have a cap, if those businesses have been in business 5-10 years, they have a huge investment. So maybe there's some tweak or some kind of information that you could bring that would clarify how that would work. Thank you.
Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Denise, I don't disagree with that, and I think Danny brought that up too as far as requiring a growth in the ordinance, but I think if we tie it to a population level, that'll take care of itself. I think that's the idea. What I'd like to see the cap is tied to population, and however that's worded and however we measure that, that way that's going to take care of it. I would not want to see that if the population decreases, people lose their license. I don't think that's fair. But I do think that if we tie it to a population level, then I think as the population grows, as the city grows, as we annex more, then it'll allow other businesses to come in, then we can hold a lottery for however often we do that, to hold a lottery for the open licenses.
A question, I guess, for Karen on this, and I support a lottery, I support a cap. But I am concerned about the renewal process and locking in a handful of owners for the next 50 years or 100 years. So I would encourage staff to also look at this issue of expiration after a significant period of time or phase out of the license. Also, the transferability. I understand that by state law, the license may not be transferable, but there's lots of ways to skin that cat. You gave the example of what happens in Bozeman. Another obvious one is the license never does transfer, but you simply transfer ownership of the license owner. So we have to make sure that our rules really restrict that, but you want to allow people to sell, bring in family members, et cetera, But what happens after 20 years? They want out of the business. They're just going to sell their stock in their company to somebody else, and that's a de facto transfer. So we need to understand the details of what those options are.
And, Mayor, I think that is something that needs to be addressed on a future level, because, like you said, there are a ton of ways to skin a cat. I mean, people who hold licenses, they die. And what are you going to do with that? So I think it would be problematic to try to anticipate all of the ways in which people might work around it and then also try to close those loopholes. They're going to be dealing with it at a state level as well. So I think that's going to be a challenge to address in the future as opposed to trying to wrestle that tiger right now.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Purington and Ryan?
Just real quickly, Karen, because I'd made that contact with the DOR this morning and sent that to you, do you foresee anything that they're working on will impact the city and what we're regulating, how we're regulating the licenses and the businesses?
I think that it's a symbiotic relationship between what's happening at state and what will be happening here. Of course, anybody who holds a local license must be in compliance with state laws and state regs, and they are still fleshing all of that out. Likewise, the legislature has provided that anybody issued a state license must be in good standing with their local jurisdiction. So it's quite a symbiotic relationship with local government having the ability to be more restrictive by design than the state is.
Thank you.
Councilor Ronning and Neese?
Thank you. Karen, can you address, I think what will happen is that with medical marijuana, it will be legal to deliver. Is that correct?
Medical marijuana, even right now, can be
Right now?
delivered. It
Okay.
can be delivered. Our Billings residents can receive those deliveries from outside of the city. So that is happening today.
And my question with that is in regard to when we get to that conversation about zoning, that there is still that option there, and there still is that accessibility to a medical marijuana patient to have the cannabis delivered right to their door.
Absolutely. And Councilmember Ronning, my recollection is that a dispensary does not need to use a transporter or somebody with a transporting license, that as long as they keep that manifest, an employee of the dispensary can make that delivery. So that should lower the cost of providing that service to users of medical marijuana.
Thank you. Councilmember Neese, and then I'd recommend, council, that we move to a vote on the pending motion. We're an hour and a half in discussion. So, Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to address your questions about the limitation of the license, and I look at this as a business license. It expires every year, and they've got to pay their fee. And so as a city business license, yeah, it may expire every single year, so I agree with that. But what they bring to us is a state license. We have no control over that, and if they can't transfer that, or they can transfer that, that's up for the state to decide. All they need to do is bring us a valid state license, however they acquire that, and our business license will approve it through our process, and then if they don't pay it the next year, their license in the city expires. And so I would agree with that. And the only other question that was before us was the limitations on the cultivation caps. I don't think we've addressed that, and we may want to add that to this to discuss what limitations, what size do we as a council want to consider putting in place.
I'd suggest we move to a vote on the underlying motion, just to get that taken care of, because it's not really inconsistent, but I will not immediately move to item number 2. We'll come back to that and let council decide whether they want to pursue that. How about that?
Great.
Okay, council, if you're ready to vote on the underlying motion, which is to give direction to staff in its draft to work in a lottery system and cap, maybe leaving a blank for the number. Is the motion clear? If so, all in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. That's resolved. I promised we wouldn't immediately go to item number 2. Back, Councilmember Neese, can you frame your question for us again?
I would make a motion that we do put in place a canopy cap in the ordinance.
Second.
A cap on, not cultivation, what's on the?
Canopy tier cap.
Okay, so that's the size of cultivation. Okay, and directing staff to a specific size, or just leave a blank, or what level of specificity?
So I don't think we have enough information. I mean, one of the things I'd like to do is I still have plans to go visit some more dispensaries. I think we need to hear some more information as far as deciding the cap, but I think we should move towards having a type of cap. I'm not sure what size, so.
Okay.
Mine is just to move it forward and say, yes, we want a cap. Let's get the research. What do we need?
Okay, and just to translate for anybody, an acre is approximately 45,000 square feet.
Correct.
Just to give you a sense. Council, we have a motion. Do we have a second? And I'll recognize Councilmember Joy after that. Do we have a second? Mike. Okay, Councilmember Yakowicz has the second. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you. And when that information is brought back, maybe that's really important to integrate that with our zoning. Because if you're talking about a acre footprint, I mean, what size footprint are we looking at, and how, because I think that would really, zoning, that would be a really important integration. So, thank you.
And Councilmember Joy, if I can just briefly address that. An acre of plants would not necessarily require an acre footprint, because they can tier those plants. And so you might not need to have a full acre to grow an acre's worth of plants.
Okay, thank you very much. Further discussion on the motion. Is there any further discussion on the motion before we proceed to a vote on the motion? Don't see any, so we'll vote. Is the motion clear? It is to direct staff to work into a canopy cap, I guess of undetermined size at this point. If the motion is clear, all in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay.
Nay.
Okay, motion passes, one dissent, Councilmember Tricky. Thank you very much. Councilor, we ready to move on to number two? Item number two? I see, Councilmember Tricky.
Yep. I have three separate questions, and I think it's for three different people. First one is, what's going on with the county regulations? What's going on in the county with this at this point?
I would defer to Ms. Dahl on that one.
I would unfortunately have to defer to Mr. Kuklowski on that one.
Well, stop passing the buck at me, but what do you say? I don't know that there's anything drafted for the county. I can tell you, I know some of you have had conversations with county commissioners. I had a chance Friday to talk with two of the three county commissioners in separate conversations about very high-level things, caps, the three zoning areas we're looking at, industrial light, heavy commercial. Those were my two main components, and got favorable feedback to their interest in I guess maybe the third and most important area of collaborating their regulations with our regulations to simplify what goes on inside the city and outside the county. That's only at the discussion point, but those are the dialogue we've had. I indicated to them I didn't expect, as we don't have tonight a draft for you, but we don't have many weeks left, so we're coming into a point where we will be providing draft regulation ordinance in place, and we'll gladly share that with the county, and we're sharing between cities in Montana some of those drafts as well.
Okay.
Thank you. Number two.
My third question is going to be for Andy. My second question is for Nicole. My read of the zoning districts is that we're going to be pushing all of these businesses into the next to the poorer parts of the neighborhood. Is that a fair statement?
With the 1,000-foot separation distance to residential areas, even in the heavy commercial and light industrial and heavy industrial, I believe that we will reduce that potential impact. Of course, we do live with our zoning decisions of the past, and some of those zone districts were put in place very close to residential areas. Once we get that map finalized, I'm also going to look and see if we have some of those neighborhoods that Karen mentioned that were within 0.8 miles of a potential location to see whether or not, what are we looking at as far as impacts that way?
Thank you. And Andy, just real quickly, how's the business license staff doing these days?
Mayor, Council, Councilmember Tariki, we have one staff member doing business licenses these days. Her primary responsibility is business licenses. There are three staff members who help whoever comes to the window. Is that what you're after there, or? She's pretty busy with it, but I think.
Yeah, so we're not necessarily with, what's been going on with the massage thing and adding this on there. We're not looking at additional head count in that department.
Well, that's a tough question to answer definitively. I think depending on how detailed the license requirements are, there may be potential for an additional staff member. I wouldn't solely rule that out at this point.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Council, we'll move on as soon as our Planning Director, Wyeth Friday, comments.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Just really briefly, I just wanted to recap there was some conversation here about the zoning. Nicole did a great job of explaining what the direction from the council has been on that. Just to be clear, so the zoning commission meets on October 5th. The advertisement for that meeting went out on Friday, and the draft regulations for that zoning commission are completed and are being delivered to them. So I just want to make sure everybody, and it's per direction of council, what's been discussed and everything that Nicole described. I just want to be clear that is moving forward. That's on that timeline for that zoning commission hearing, and then it, of course, comes to the council. But just to make sure everyone understands, so the next couple weeks, yeah, that's going to be happening at the zoning commission meetings, and all that's going to be out there for people to review and comment, so.
Thank you, Wyeth. I'm sure we'd appreciate getting copies of anything that goes to the zoning commission when it goes to the zoning commission. Thank you, Councilmember Yakovich.
Call the break now, and then launch into the rest.
If that's your preference. Do we know how long the, council, is that your preference? Chris, do we know how long, I hate to take a break this quickly when we're only one item in, but how long will the Northwestern Energy land purchase? Kevin Plone, you want to make us an estimate? And I do appreciate everyone's patience as we spent a lot of time on item number 1. But as you know, that's a very important item.
Well, Mayor and Council, I'm going to guess 30 minutes. Depends on how many questions.
Okay. You know, let's move ahead. Let's see if we can. We'll still take a break. We may have to break, but let's see what progress we can make. Kevin, you're our presenter, correct?
Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. It's been a long time since I've been up here. And in case you don't remember who I am, I'm Kevin Plone. I'm the Director of Aviation and Transit. And you can usually find me at 1901 Terminal Circle. I also have with me the Manager of Land and Permitting with Northwest Energy, Roy Ishikana. And I'll kind of get you started off here, and then I'm going to let Roy jump in and say a few things. So what we're doing here, we started this process a year ago. And then I think the last time we talked about it was in December of last year. And at that time, we were talking about actually leasing land to Northwest Energy. After we went through the last deal and their VP saw some things, they kind of decided that maybe the lease wasn't in their best interest. And these are some of the reasons why they thought so. You know, the substation is one of the, first we'll talk about why they're interested in this land. And this is a recap of what we've talked about in the past. You know, this substation is one of 3 really critically important substations that come into the city of Billings. The location of that substation is important because it's strategically located where all the transmission lines come in now. Most of you folks, if you've been up in the Heights, know that there's a lot of transmission lines that run through that area. And some of those lines run out past towards Lavina or Broadview. So it's it's a central point for everything comes together. Now the rebuild of that substation will improve the reliability of the electrical capacity that Billings Regions has. Now Billings is a growing community, and so our electrical needs are continuing to grow. And right now, this would be a good addition to our community. The existing substation is 60 years old, so a lot of that equipment was built with wood, and so they need to update that and put it in the steel. The electrical capacity for Billings and surrounding area to be able to accommodate additional 230 kV power feed. That's very huge. That would provide a solid platform for area growth. improves the reliability of service, less chance for outages, increases capacity, provided options to reroute power for maintenance and repair, and a greater ability to handle high summer and winter loads. Now, this is the original document that shows the layout where that's going to be. That utility site there shows 14.8 acres or so. We had to adjust that a little bit. In the corner down there, it's hard to see on this screen, but the lower southwest corner, there's a FAA LWAS tower. That's a low-level wind shear alert tower, and we decided to cut that out. So I just wanted to, and this is what the new layout would look. I went with this one just so you could kind of see some of the existing terrain around it, because it's a background on a picture. But this is the new one. It's but changes about 1/10 of an acre. So back in September of 2020, a year ago, some comments came up from the council, including, the increased visibility of the Rimrock substation and the impact on the natural views from the highway. There was concerns that the substation will be visible from downtown. Options to improve the aesthetics of the substation. There was some discussion on plant landscaping. And is there a possibility of moving that substation over to the 6.64 acres that Public Works owns, which is just to the east of that substation. So I put together some additional pictures and stuff to kind of talk about each one of these. Then there was also some secondary items regarding, parking areas for the Yellowstone Kelly Gray site. And then, Northwest Energy has additional land besides the substation that's up there that they maybe could discuss with the council on a separate discussion, so it's not part of this land purchase. So the land that's just east of the substation, one of the reasons why it's not a great site is because there are a number of lines running through there already, make it very difficult to put a crane in there to do any kind of lifting without running into wires. As you can see in these pictures, there's just wires running all through that area. This one really cracks me up. There's nothing but wires.
Can we get a plane?
Plane goes over that. There's also some terrain issues. There's a big drainage there. Public Works has been slowly kind of filling up some of that to expand their usability of land. It's also an area where they like to dump all their snow. When talking to Public Works, this is one of the areas I said, would you be willing to give that up? And they were not very excited about that because they really utilize this space during winter operations when we have heavy snowfalls, because they can push some of that snow into that coulee and allow it to melt naturally. This picture here kind of shows some more of those terrain issues. It's a nice deep cut right in that area. Now, this is obviously the piece of ground that we're talking about on the airport property, just to the, which would be a little bit further to the west. You can see it's basically greenfield, not a lot easier to build on. But one of the concerns obviously was the visibility from the highway. Now, I'm going to give you a point to look at there, that up there in the right-hand corner, there's a tall tower there. That's our LWAS tower. And you can see that in most all of these mock-ups that I'm going to show you, just to give you a point of reference. That would be the very south west corner of the parcel. So this is a mock-up. Now, one of the things regarding aesthetics was that Northwestern Energy looked at how could we cover this up and make it look good without getting into doing a lot of plants and that sort of stuff. So they built this, they're willing to build a nice barrier wall all the way around the substation to hide it from, help hide it from the view of the public. So this is kind of as you're driving up Airport Hill to kind of see what it looks like. If you're above it, this is kind of the view, sort of above it and downhill a little bit. And then if you're way up the hill itself actually covers a good portion of it. You can see part of that fence up on the very south end by that LWAS tower. Well, I guess this is the one with the LWAS tower. So you can see the fence up there in the corner. Now we're up here on the Yellowstone Kelly path, looking back towards the substations. We're just above the existing substation here, and the mock-up is in the background, and you can see the fence around it there. And then one of the questions was, would we be able to see it from downtown? So we put together some mock-ups. Northwest Energy's group did this before and what the after picture would look out based on the schematics that they were designing. So this is the before picture. We're down at Dealer Park, right basically next to the hospital. And the only thing that you'll see in this, you have to look very closely, but at the main light there, down on the rims and to the right a little bit, you'll see another tower pop up in there. So that's about it. I'll go back and show you again. Very, very marginal from this position. Get downtown, above North Park, where the Interstate Bank's sort facility is. This is what the skyline looks like at the moment. And then with the additional substation in there and the additional transmission lines put in place, you see a few more towers. Let's back up again so you can, most of them right there pop around that chimney. And then from up on top, if you're standing on the Yellowstone Kelly path, looking back to the west, you see a couple more towers pop up over on the left there. So not a large impact in terms of visibility from the skyline. The next question is, why a land sale? So initially we discussed doing a lease. It was a 40-year lease. So after they took a good look at this, after our council meeting, and they basically said that, that's probably irresponsible to the ratepayers, because it's going to be significantly more money over a long term than the actual purchase of the land. So, and they thought that could possibly cause some issues with the PSC and future rate increases. It also puts them in a position to be subordinate to all the provisions that take place between the city of Billings and the U.S. government. One of the primary ones is at the very bottom. In a time of war or conflict, the U.S. government can actually come in and assume control of the airport property, because we've signed off on all those grants over the years that allows them to do that for military use. That includes everything and all leaseholds. So that made them a little twitchy. And then they'd also have to follow all the grant assurances that run with the land. So there was some concerns with that. So after a lot of discussions with the FAA, after we decided that maybe this is a better route to go, we were able to convince them that that would be an acceptable thing to do this sale. The key thing here is that the intent of the original purchase would still be in place, because it would still provide aircraft approach protection. It's not like a hotel is going to go in there, or a subdivision or anything like that that's going to cause problems. We know that from looking at it from our engineering standpoint, that the end of the runway is about 100 feet higher than this property. So you take the trajectory of the aircraft landing and the height that they would take it to. So we got about 230 feet of clear space from the ground up. So there's plenty of room for that substation to fit in there. That LWAS tower that you're seeing in there is actually 130 feet tall. So we've already got 100-foot separation on any aircraft flying over that area. Everything, from talking to Northwestern Energy, everything they're going to put in the ground is going to be significantly lower than a 130-foot tower. So that made it, with the FAA's eyes, figured that made it worthy of continuing to approach the protection. However, the land sale will trigger something else. It's called a National Environmental Policy Act, or a NEPA action. It's just the way the federal law is written, that when federal purchased lands are sold, a NEPA action kicks in. We've sent them a letter about 6 weeks ago asking for them to make a determination on what that NEPA action might be. There's 3 types of NEPA actions. One's a full-blown environmental impact study. I don't think we'll fall in that category. An environmental assessment is the next one. And hopefully the one we want is a categorical exclusion, because the land has really never been disturbed and its purpose is fairly simple. We're hopeful that they'll go with that. because that would be very much quicker. And the sale will need to be advertised in the National Register for, I think, 60 days. So there's some time frames here just to even get this thing rolling that we're hoping to move. The key point here is that to proceed, the FAA needed to know that needed a council action showing the willingness to sell the property before they could even get started on anything. The land will be sold at fair market value, which is approximately $223,000. We've had one recent appraisal. I think I have to confirm with the FAA whether or not I'm going to need two. The proceeds from that sale would then come back to the airport into our AIP grant program, and most likely would end up being used in the terminal project that we're doing. And we're planning on bringing a recommendation to allow for the sale of the property to take place on the October 11th council meeting. That is my presentation. So I'm going to let Roy say a few things if he'd like, and take it from there, and then you guys can ask all the questions you'd like. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ishikan.
Yes, Roy Ishkanian, Manager of Lands and Permitting, Northwestern Energy. Thanks, Kevin, and it's great to see all you in the flesh here, not a little square on the screen like we did last year. Yes, you know, the necessity for this project is really our intent to invest in the infrastructure for Billings. This is not something that, you know, benefits only our company. This is something that we need to do to be sure that we're in the right place to serve the residents and businesses of Yellowstone County and Billings into the future. The reason this property is kind of in the crosshairs is for the reasons Kevin mentioned, and that is those big 230 kV lines that run near the property, and this purchase will allow one of those lines to dip into the property and be stepped down to be able to serve the area. And what that does, I can't emphasize the criticality of that, because it allows the city of Billings and Yellowstone County to be served from a couple different directions should repair and maintenance be necessary on some of those lines. You know, back when we were a smaller town 60 years ago, you know, that didn't take on the importance that it does today. And so, you know, with the demand from business and everything, we feel that it's a prudent thing to do to be able to serve the town and the area from a couple different directions. Just as a point of clarification, we did start off originally when I called Kevin a year and a half ago, we did want to buy the land, you know, at first, and initially the answer, you know, was no, and that's why we entered the lease discussion. But then, you know, our management says, look, we're going to spend $30 million on a substation. We'd like to own the property. And it's just a better thing all the way around. So we'll make good use of the land. We're not going to waste it. It'll clean it up. About 90% of the old substation that's there now will be removed. There are a couple large pieces of equipment that can't be, but this new station will be behind this 10-foot wall that we have proposed. And we'll have our entrance to the substation right on Airport Road and not have to drive down Black Otter Trail like we do now, which is not the right thing to do. We're going to get our trucks out where they should be and leave the vehicles and pedestrians for Black Otter Trail. So that's part of the thing that's going to come out of this as well. So I think, Kevin, you did a great job about explaining all the rationale for it, and I'm happy to take any questions the council may have.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, questions for Roy or Kevin? I'll start with one. Is there any reason, either Roy or Kevin, that any sort of sale agreement shouldn't have a right by the city to reacquire the property in the unlikely event it ever ceased to be a electrical substation?
No issue, no objection to that we would have, so. That would be
okay. Other questions for either of these gentlemen? Councilmember Ronning?
Thank you. I'm not really sure it's a question, but really wanted to thank Kevin and Northwestern Energy for coming back and presenting a better image of what it will look like, because the graphic that we got at the original presentation looks nothing like what this does.
Right.
So I appreciate the due diligence that was done to bring something back. That said, I'm a big proponent that the rims really are what separates Billings in a lot of ways from the rest of the world. And it always breaks my heart to see the rims be sold off and be used in a way that prevents the public from really enjoying it and really enjoying the length and beauty of the rims. That said, I'm not really sure where I fall on this yet. Because of that, I just really believe it. The rims are iconic and belong to the city, belong to everyone. But I guess my encouragement would be, if you're going to do a wall, make it a pretty wall, because whether it's prairie land we're looking at or viewing over the rims into the valley, now we're giving the people a wall to look at. So I guess my encouragement would be making it an attractive wall to the best of your ability. But thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bernice?
I think I agree with Penny about this. I'm really opposed to putting something like this, that big, large, higher up on the rims where people are going to see it more visible. I know the wall will block a lot of it, but and you may not be able to notice it from downtown, but up in the heights going to the airport, you're going to see that. That's the first thing you're going to do when you get off the airport and come down is see this big substation there. And I guess I'm concerned. You say, well, okay, you build a wall. 10 years from now, you've got to do some modifications. The wall comes down. I mean, how do we know? I mean, are these going to be covenants or some kind of contract that runs with the land that the city is going to have any input into this? Because then at least we would. And at least we could control what we do, what happens up there, so the visual impact would be less. So I'm not 100% sure I like the idea of selling it, because then the city loses control. Once you own it, you pretty much can do anything you want with it. So unless there's covenants, something in there that restricts the city has to approve any kind of designs and before you actually build or something like that that runs with the land. So thank you.
Go ahead and comment, Roy.
Well,
I would certainly agree with that.
Moving the wall, once it's built, is a very expensive proposition. Our plans are for the long term, like the last one was for 60 years. This one will be for every bit of that. So I don't foresee that we would have a reason to tear down a wall and move it because we are building it almost to the property line, essentially, of what we're looking at. So we spent a lot of time laying out what type of equipment we would need in this substation. So, to the extent that we would ever make that kind of wholesale change, I mean, something massive would have had to have happened to our customer base here, where Billings was 500,000 people or something, or, it was just so out, the growth was so much that we would probably end up looking for another substation somewhere else to break up the power. But your point's taken, Councilman Neeson. We'd be willing to share our wall plans in more detail when that time comes.
Councilmember Joy?
Thank you. This question is for Mr. Plum. Thank you. I wanted to ask about the EPA action, the environmental study. You mentioned there are 3 different categories and that you were looking for a categorical assessment. Maybe I can't remember the term. Exclusion. What sort of is the point of having an EPA on this land? Thank you.
Well, it's a federal requirement. If it's a property that was purchased with federal funds, when it's relinquished, then you have to go through, it's kind of backwards actually, but you have to have an EPA action take place on it before you can sell it. So when we bought the land on the west end here a couple of years ago, we had to go through an environmental assessment. And it took us, 9 to 10 months or something like that to get that done. They've now since changed the law that on land purchases, you can do that with a categorical exclusion, which would have taken about maybe a month. So we're hopeful that it's the same process is going in reverse now that it's that law where if you can buy it with a categorical exclusion, we're hoping that you can sell it with a categorical exclusion so that we can keep this thing rolling. Otherwise, if we have to go through the environmental assessment process, it'll extend things out for another 9 to 10 months possibly, so.
Thank you. Kevin P. or Kevin I., can I get you to bring up the aerial view that shows the, and then I have a question for Roy as we're doing it. Two things, Roy. Kevin Plone mentioned the 2 acres that the Northwest Energy has. And I'm just curious where that is. And in particular, we have a real bottleneck.
Hang on. Oh, you're the guy.
Where you want to go?
Go up a slide.
So as you're looking for that, the problem, of course, is that Blackwater Trail is a one-way road. And there is very limited parking at the trailhead and tremendous use. And that use is only going to increase as the rims become more and more popular, as the trail system, the Skyline Trail becomes developed from the airport to Zimmerman Trail, which we have money and hope to start construction on next year. So there's a tremendous need for access up there and for parking. And not having all of our eggs in one basket, which is that trailhead. Can you show us where that 2 acres is and comment about our ability to get a second access in this vicinity? And also related to that is the existing substation, which I guess is shown as Certificate of Survey 156 amended, their track A. If 90% of the need there is going away, I believe, is it possible that some of that land could be swapped or surrendered to improve access in that area?
Sure, thank you. I'm just going to walk over here. Oh, you got the pointer? Okay,
So,
perfect. Oh, yeah.
this is the acreage right here.
Yes. That's the 2.2 acre site that we use to access the current substation, which is indeed COS 156 amended, Tract A. And so that would go away, that access would go away off Blackwater Trail. And Mayor Cole, I would recommend to our company that we could donate COS 190, which is the 2.2 acres, to the city for parking or whatever use you have in mind. Should this be approved, and then because then we would have our ability to enter off the highway where that driveway is shown there.
Can you show where the driveway is? And specifically, while you're doing that, how would we access that? We would like to be able to access it from the highway as well. Could we get an easement for the public along your driveway to get back to that parking area at 2 acres?
I can't have you go through here. That's just a security problem. Well, the public already goes down Blackwater Trail, right?
Right, it also comes in, there is an access from the highway now. Where is that?
That's back in here, I would think. I think that's back in.
Not the trailhead, your access,
my
I'm sorry,
access, no.
maybe it's Public Works or MDOT.
That's Public Works, yeah, down here. So, there's quite an elevation change between where the dot is now and where this is. And that's what Kevin was talking about earlier, but it is possible, I guess, with some engineering to get a road up through here. But for whatever it's worth, I mean, this would be, I think, a nice benefit for parking, for people that did come in off the Blackwater Trail and got to here and had a place to park. And like I say, we would, I could recommend to the company, they'd probably go along with it, that we would just donate that to the city as part of this.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yep.
Other questions for Kevin or Roy? Councilman Purinton?
You mentioned, I think the sale was $225,000.
223.
223. When was that appraisal done? And things have kind of bounced around a little bit. I don't know that another appraisal would.
I literally just got the answer Monday. I got it Sunday afternoon from the appraiser. So I had him do it a year ago when we had this discussion. I had him update it, paid another, amount of money to have him update it. I just got the answer yesterday. So that's hot off the press, literally.
So the 223 is
Yes.
hot off the press. Okay,
Yes.
perfect. Thank you.
Okay, Other questions or comment? Councilmember Denise?
Yeah, I guess I had a question about the appraisal, and a copy of that would be, or some information about it, because I don't know, was it appraised as public land, or, because like Councilwoman Purinton said, land is a lot more expensive than, I don't think you can find 14 acres for that price around here, so.
Well, it's not just any 14 acres. It has to be with the existing restrictions on it, because that determines what could ever be built on it. So it is comparable properties with the current overlay of what the restrictions are that makes the appraisal. And I can send it, Kevin has it and he can get it to you. So, yep, all the rationales there, yep.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm sure the council would appreciate a copy of the appraisal being distributed.
As well as we found, as we have been trying to acquire property, sometimes the location and the demand is needed. So I don't know if that's necessarily is the price that we would have to agree to, or Kevin, would that be just because the appraisal says that amount? Is that the price that we would have to agree to?
Yeah, there's a whole document on real estate purchases and sales by a government entity that's using federal funds or has used federal funds. So it's a little different. I'd have to look and see. Usually when I'm reading through that, it's on the purchase side. We haven't sold a lot of property over the years, so I'm not exactly sure what the parameters are for that, but I could find that out fairly quick.
Chris
Mr.
Kukolski.
Mayor and Council, two questions that come to my mind. I'm sure this was considered. I'm sorry. Is berming an option versus the fence? I'm sure it probably is a lot of dirt, but that looks more natural than a fence. And secondly, and I expect this to be, is the lease still a possibility? I fear, candidly, we got a little greedy in our last conversation, and we pushed the discussion away from the lease, and now we're here talking about a sale, but frankly, we're not very anxious about the sale either. So I wonder if the sale and the lease result in a fair exchange of the same amount of dollars. Is Northwestern Energy still willing to consider the lease versus the outright sale?
Until one of our VPs got involved, I would say the answer was yes, but I cannot overrule him. So he just said, you know what, for that kind of investment we're going to make, we have to own the land. So that's just how we're a conservative kind of company. That's just how we do it. And berming, it's just a question of, dollars, to spend. And I think, we felt that the wall maybe would be kind of a cleaner break and less dirt work and disturbance of the site versus just a wall. So anyway, that was, yep.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown and Boyette.
I guess kind of a hypothetical question, I suppose, but get rid of the visuals, get rid of all of that. What happens if we say no? I mean, what are your alternatives?
Well, the 230 kV lines are, over $1 million a mile to reroute. And so that burden would fall onto our ratepayers and the people who buy our product. And we would have to then, if those costs go up to serve the community, we would have to pass those through. And so it would just be a burden on our ratepayers is what the answer would be. Any additional costs we'd have. So we're trying to come up with the most cost-effective solution that meets the goal without unduly burdening the ratepayers is what our goal is. And we're ultimately responsible to the Public Service Commission for that. And we have to look at everything in that light. How do we solve this problem in the best manner?
Are you guys already looking at alternate sites or?
Well, unfortunately, there's not because of those big lines, there's not a whole lot of alternate sites. And, the Heights is now developed, the airport is immediately on the other side. We're on a cliff. So, I mean, we're kind of between a rock and a hard place here a little bit, so.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Councilor Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. That COS 190, you said that maybe your folks would be willing to donate that. Can we put that in this buy-sell agreement, that they would donate it? Would that be a possibility?
Yes.
Rather than sell this and then 2 years down the road, your CEO says, no, I don't want to donate it?
Yes, you could do that, yes.
Thank you very much. Any other questions before we go to public comment on this item? Don't see any. Gentlemen, don't go far. I'm sure we'll have something else for you. This is an opportunity for the public to comment on this important issue. If you'd like to, please come forward. Ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. Tell us your name and your address. Is there anybody who would like to comment on item number 2, the potential land purchase? Council Member Yakowicz, you want to comment while we're waiting for that?
After.
Okay, after. I'm not seeing anybody come to the podium, so we will close public comment period. Councilmember Yakowicz.
Your Honor and Council's robust discussion. I'd like to entertain to direct staff to go forward with some, perhaps the caveat of the land being included in it, and potentially maybe some say in how the fence is put together.
Okay, is there a second? Councilmember Purington has the second. Okay, motion is direct staff to move forward with drafting a draft by sell. Of course, it wouldn't be approved until it's approved, with specifically the transfer of the property or the 2 acres, more specificity about a good-looking wall. I earlier had mentioned the possibility that it would provide that if it ever ceased to be a substation, the city would either receive the property back or have some sort of option to acquire it. Councilmember Yakowicz, would that also be acceptable to you in your motion? Councilmember Purington nodding also, so some sort of right of or option if it ceased to be a substation. We've got a motion, a second. Discussion now on the second. Or I'm sorry. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't support the motion. I think I'd rather see the land leased. We'd have a little more control over it for the future. And I appreciate the compromise that's trying to be made, but I think that once we lose possession of that land, it will be developed and it will be an eyesore as you come into the city in that area. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Further discussion. Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not going to support the motion either. I think Northwestern Energy is a very large company that has a lot of access to come up with other solutions. And I would encourage that, so, yeah.
Thank you. Further discussion. Any further discussion? I'll just chime in. I'm going to support this, not necessarily because I'll vote in favor of the final product, but at least to see move the process along. Even if we had a lease, I think these terms would be part of the lease, and I think we should continue to discuss that with Northwestern Energy because, as Roy admitted, they really don't have any options here. And so I think we should decide whether we really want the lease or the buy-sell, but a lot of the terms are going to be the same. The other thing that I think we should be looking at is some compensation or discussion about improvements of the parking area at the trailhead and working that into the transfer because, again, $200,000 for a critical piece of property when the buyer has no options does not seem to me as adequate compensation. But I will vote at this stage in favor. Other discussion on the motion, though, before we go to a vote? Don't see any. So again, the motion is to direct staff to go ahead with drafting a buy-sell with the transfer of the 2 acres, a good-looking wall, an enforcement mechanism, which, would be probably through long-term covenants that run with the land, and a right of an option to reacquire the property if it ceases to be a substation. If that's clear, all in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay.
Nay.
So we'll go ahead and do a kind of a roll call. We'll just start down here. If voting in favor, please raise your hand. That includes council members Shaw, Yakowicz, Ewalt, Joy, Chiriky, Cole, Purington, and Boyette. If voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition, council members Neese, Ronning, and Brown. That's the direction for staff. Thank you very much. anything else on item 2 before we move to either a break or item 3? Don't see any. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Well, now, some of the council members took a break earlier, some of them didn't. Let's make a very quick break, and we'll be back as close to 8 o'clock or earlier if we can. Okay, item number 3 is before us now. It's our Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee annual update. And I'll ask staff, either Chris, Kukulski, or Wyeth, is there any introduction before I turn it over to Scott, our BPAC chair? Or Elsie is here also for introduction. Or Elise, I'm sorry. Elise, please give us our introduction.
Sure. Hi, Mayor and Council. I won't give you too long of an introduction because they've got all the great information, but BPAC comes once a year to give you an update on kind of the issues related to biking and walking that they've seen in the last year. So with that, I will kick it off with Scott Barber, who's the chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elise. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council, for adding us to your obviously very busy agenda tonight. You have stuff coming up before us, stuff after us, so we won't take too much of your time, but we do want to get through just a few things on what we do and who we are and why we do what we do. Who we are portion of it, my name is Scott Barber. I am a lifelong Billings resident. I've worked and gone to school here my whole life outside of going to Bozeman to get my degree. Worked with the refinery in Laurel as an operator in the hydrocracker, and basically saved up enough money for my passion, which is owning the bike shop on 20th and Grand. Coming up behind me is going to be Anna O'Donnell and Dorothy Dupree. They'll give their own introductions. Rose Cook, appointed by the county. She's a real estate agent here in town, very active on our trails as a runner. Leanna Susat, you may know her. She's the director for Big Sky State Games. Ed Gulick, appointed by the planning board, very active community member, architect here in town, running for city council. Christy Drake, probably you're aware of her as well, the director for Billings TrailNet. And basically we are a group of 7 highly motivated individuals who want to see safety and accessibility, the infrastructure for that, continue to grow within our town. Our focus is to ensure that our community's infrastructure enables people to walk, bike, or use a wheelchair safely. How we go about doing this, we're an advisor to governing bodies such as yourself and to the county commissioners. Basically, we meet once a month and take comments from the public, either via email, telephone call, or the website, or what have you, on issues about basically barriers to walking and biking safely within our community. We take this public input and then using things such as the Bikeway and Trails Master Plan that's already been adopted by City Council, and we recommend solutions to these problems to you guys via email and stuff. I'm very new to being the chairperson, so you've maybe gotten 1 or 2 emails from me, but my goal is to basically give you a synopsis of what we've talked about for that month. So leading up into our annual meeting, you have a very well idea of who we actually are and what we do. Just the only reason I threw this slide in here is just to give you a quick rundown. You can see since our inception over the last few years, we've grown considerably in what we would like to have a little more responsibility in. The purpose of our presentation tonight is to give you what we've advocated for in 2021 and going into 2022, what our primary areas of support and recommendation for you guys will be. The first thing I'm going to talk to you about is the neighborhood bikeway going up in town. The second is the comments and whatnot that have come up in the 1 to 2-way street conversion downtown. And then Anna and Dorothy are going to talk to you about coordinating with the Montana Department of Transportation, finding funding for these things that come up, and gathering data and improving public reporting. And that basically is going to help us get educated responses to you about, where are the roads that are dangerous, where are the intersections that people are getting hurt on, where are routes to schools not as safe as they should be. Number one, I don't know if you're aware of what the neighborhood bikeway is, or if you're fully understand what it is. It's basically, it takes our current infrastructure that we have and modifies it in a very cost-effective way to try and create a culture that slows down traffic and makes, moms, pushing the stroller and me walking with my daughter to school and things of this sort makes it a little more ownership for, the drivers, so they're not so, just focused on getting from one end of town to the other as fast as possible. They do this with the use of sharrows, with signage, labeled stop signs, and obviously crosswalks, blinking flashing lights and things like that. I actually have had the opportunity so far this year, when I walk my daughter to school, we pick up the chunk of this trail that runs through Lyman, and it's legitimately a big improvement. It's, you don't just walk down the middle of the street, but it's very obvious that pedestrians and bicyclists and stuff have the same level of usage on this road as cars do. We were tasked by city council, under direction of city council, to try and reduce the conflict between people biking, walking, and driving. And the reason why we advocated for this is because it's a solution that's been implemented by other communities in the nation, that a very, like I said, cost-effective way to create an easy way across town. You can see that this bikeway basically takes you from one end of town to the other, and it connects 7 schools, 3 parks, both the hospitals, to people in all income levels. And that's what our direction is. We want to make a safe and inclusive infrastructure for the city going forward. And then the second thing I want to touch on is the two-way street conversions downtown. Why did we advocate for that so strongly? And it's right along the same lines as the neighborhood bikeway. It creates a more walkable community, a more livable community by slowing down the traffic. And when you take, 2 fast lane roads out of the equation, it reduces that highway feel. People are less inclined to just be in a hurry to get from one end of town to the other. They're going to be more inclined to see pedestrians, see people walking. And in addition to that, it's shown by study after study that it does increase foot traffic in the downtown area, and all of this leads to a lot more livable city, a more walkable city. I just threw some quotes in here from other cities because we don't have the data yet to support it because it's so new, but New Albany, Indiana, the police chief there has very positive things to say about it as far as, reducing that conflict that we had been tasked to advocate for. And it allows smoother accessibility to emergency vehicles and whatnot as well. You can see the blue here is where we've, as a city, converted these streets, and the red is still one way. University of Louisville, another study I found, you can basically Google any town that's done a study on this. It's very clear cut. The association between slowing down the traffic in downtown and making it more walkable is decreases robberies, auto theft, auto collisions, and as a result, property values do go up. I did go downtown just to get some anecdotal responses from people who own businesses on these streets, and you can see, this isn't just who I talked to, but again, it was very clear that it was a very positive change, easier to get to my store. Marguerite Jodry, easier to access my store. Extremely happy with the two-way streets. Tim Moore with Angry Hank. So it's, just to be clear, there was a lot of talk about how difficult the back-end parking has been for people to get into. But the analogy that I heard was, remember how everybody thought the world was going to come to an end when we put roundabouts on Shiloh, So, I mean, it's one of those things, it's going to be a learning curve, and people are going to get used to it, and the positives outweigh the negatives exponentially. With that, I will turn it over to Anna.
Hi, Mayor and Council. I'm Anna O'Donnell. I'm the Vice Chair of BPAC, and one of the things that motivated me to join this organization and this advisory committee was, as you have heard me speak before, I am a triathlete. I am an endurance athlete. So I feel like I spend my weekends teaching bike law and pedestrian safety all the time. One of the things too is, when I was sitting there, I was fidgety because yesterday I did run the Montana Marathon, which utilizes our Big Ditch path and is a Boston qualifier and does bring in lots of tourism. So I'll just put that out there for you. The Montana Department of Coordination with Local Government. Some of our MTT roads include Main Street, 27th Street, 6th Avenue North, Montana Avenue, and of course, Rimrock. Some of the roads that are within the city of Billings and Yellowstone County are owned by MDT, so we have less control over these roads, but they still impact our community in valuable ways. So, for instance, 5th and Rimrock, right? We're putting up that stoplight that cyclists have complained about, that runners have complained about, and unfortunately, we've lost some younger members of our community at that intersection. And being the chairperson of the Pioneer Park Task Force, my neighborhood has actually tried to avoid that intersection and have gone to Poly or Park Hill because of that. So we're welcoming that construction. So ultimately, we provide the recommendations to you, and you bring the recommendations to MDT. So we need your help in making sure that the community feels that they're being heard. You're our liaison to the MDT. Multimodal transportation funding. No dedicated local funding for trails or bikeways. No funding equals a piecemeal system. Grants can only go so far. Grants often require a match, are inconsistent, have funding caps, have specific requirements that may not allow flexibility we need. Also hard to develop projects, right, without funding. So for example, trail connection along Alkali Creek needs some engineering help before we can get it to being a grant application. But there is no funding to do that engineering. So as other times that we've come up here in different capacities, wearing different hats, we know that we're missing some pieces of connectivity and inclusivity in our neighborhoods and in our community, which ultimately, stunts growth, stunts people moving here. People are looking for a really great quality of life. So this is where the funding component does come in. So projects missed. Lack of community-generated matching funds generated by the community has resulted in thousands of dollars in missed opportunities, including this diagram here. Presented to you right now is 9 missed opportunities for our community. Tomorrow I'm actually going to McKinley School to help with Safe Routes to School and to participate in that study and to help that region. And the irony is not lost on me a little bit. On these 2 examples, I'll just say before I turn it over to the next phase, is we devote a lot of time for Safe Routes to School, but we don't offer safe routes to anybody outside of school. So we want to make sure that we provide all members of our community all abilities to navigate through our city. One of the things I will say too is the signage for trail and bikeway system. Wayfinding signage is super important. Before the pandemic, we had the fire department come and tell us stories of tourists and some other pedestrians that had a heart attack or had a bike accident, and they had trouble navigating, trying to find where that person was to get to them in time. Case in point, just a little bit, not necessarily on a trail, but a couple of days ago, the fire department did a rescue on the rims, and they had to use the lollipop as a guide. So we definitely want to think about those instances as well. And lastly, Billings is Montana's, the slogan is Montana's trailhead, and we're a little lacking in creating the trails for pedestrian and cyclists and all abilities, safety, and to navigate the city. So these missed opportunities are opportunities that we haven't given our community to be strong emotionally, physically, psychologically, especially during the pandemic. So with that, I will give you Dorothy.
Thank you, Anna. My name is Dorothy Dupree. Some of you are familiar, so hello to the friendly faces. I'm a new civilian, and by that I mean a public person, a private person, I should say. I'm a retired federal. I know you ask me anything about federal grants, federal policy related to healthcare. I was an advisor for many, many years to 4 different administrations in DC. I grew up on the Fort Peck Assiniboine Sioux Reservation. I am an enrolled tribal member. I left Montana for college and didn't return until permanently. I was assigned here 2014 and returned permanently in 2016. And we decided to retire here. And we decided to retire on a property that is off of Buffalo Trail Road, and I was so excited. And that's the reason I'm on this work group, or the advisory committee, is because that trail is so dangerous that I fully understand and appreciate why Buffalo Trail is very dangerous, as well as Molt. It was before I was even invited to, contacted to see if I was interested in this committee. I didn't know it existed until that time. I would take my bike and just try to ride at least once a week for distances. But every single time I was out there, I had people who were zooming as close as they could to me, honking their horn when I was right alongside, and yelling, a whole variety of, get off the road, this is not your road, get off the road. I was shocked at that because I grew up in Montana, and, I always viewed us as a friendly state until I was on my bike. And so now I was just telling the group that it's been 2 weeks since I've been on my bike, and, as the days go on, it's going to get less and less. So when I was invited to be on, as the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, I jumped at the chance, but maybe somebody will listen. Because we have such wonderful people, wonderful communities, wonderful views, that they should be shared by people who want to get on a bike and go out and ride without worry. But that's not the case. So my background, as I said, has been in policy. So my tendency when I'm on the committee is to dig deeper into what policy is. So related to that, I have my background, my formal background. I have a master's in finance and economics. And I ended up in healthcare because of finance and economics, because healthcare is expensive. But I ended up with a specialty in quality of care because I believe in good care And that's the reason that I was detailed here to Montana for that purpose, to see that we have good care through the Indian Health Service system. And I retired in 2019 and decided that I was going to stay here, that take my time to really get to know the great outdoors. And I would often fly into Billings to take a look, and they would have the trailhead to Montana, and I'm going, I wonder where the trailhead is, because trailheads are significant places that you go to begin the journey. And we don't do that here from Billings. We have to go to Red Lodge, to Bozeman, to Whitefish. Those are the trailheads in Montana. So we really need to build the trailhead here, really, as the biggest city, and trails to do that is one of the best things. People love to get out to the great outdoors, and we need the trailhead to begin here, to live up to what we're saying we are. Data. So digging deep, policy. So if we are looking for the reasons why we need to have bike paths, wheelchair paths, I go skateboarding paths, we have changing ways of modality. My grandson is huge on longboards, so you find longboard path. So it's more than just about bikes and walking paths now. It's about all these other modes of transportation that we really need to be looking forward to. So I'm asking, where are we at with the data? How many deaths have we had on bikes? Everywhere I go, I see a bike decorated off to the side of the road. How many deaths do we have? How many accidents do we have? How many pedestrians have been injured? So we need data. We've got data everywhere, but we need to be able to collect data and then analyze the data and come up with great recommendations that are based on what the data is telling us. We can bring stories, but stories aren't data. And so we would want to come back to you this coming year with a process of what that data shows. But to be able to do that, we have to be able to determine a way in which to bring the data together. Am I supposed to be turning my own little slides? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. They handed me this, I thought, I don't know. Okay, I'll move. So the data, we will be coming forward with a report on a recommendation on what we can do to make better decisions for data. So the next two, I'm going to go very quickly. It's just wonderful to see the trail counts. So there's one count that is done to take a look at the users of the trail counts, and it's 20% increase since 2014 in our trails, the use of the trails that are counted per day. To me, that's a significant increase. The next one is the bike lane usage per day has increased from 2017 to 2020, 95% growth. So I've ridden the trails here. I take the trails through Billings just as I was trying to introduce myself in my first assignment here. And you're meeting people all over the place. You're stopping, you're going, and these are just with fellow bikers. So there needs to be wider trails or more trails because people are interested in the trails. So moving on to my last slide is that we're an advisory group for you. So you need to help us help you be more successful when it comes to being the trailhead for Montana. We're going to be bringing the data recommendation, but we also know that there's broad support. Excuse me. I was at a concert this last week, just a couple of days ago, singing as loud as I could, so I'm a little hoarse from the concert. Wonderful concert. We know that there's broad support. And people want more. I would like personally to see a parameter ride everywhere I've been in the United States, and I've lived in some wonderful places. There's always been large trail paths and parameter rides. And parameter rides are just all around the perimeter of the city. Tucson brings in $5 million a year on their Tour de Tucson. And we get people internationally, and I'm thinking about, well, you know, we not only have beautiful views here, we have populations, I'm talking about the tribes that people internationally are really interested in seeing. I know that if we had, you know, broad support in having a parameter ride, that we would be doing a wonderful thing and it would make money. We have, we want you to recognize on slide 5, slide 6, on what we have been advocating for and the support that we've gotten so far, and we really have plans to do more, but to really take a look at what we're recognizing and wanting to be pursuing and advising you. So those are, address the old ones. Our history is on slide 5, and then the new activity is on, recommendations are on slide 6. We also want to collaborate more. You heard Montana Department of Transportation. Well, when I looked at registering my car, there was a little box that you could check. It's $5 for shared pathways. And I'm going, oh, yeah, okay, I'll check that because I support shared pathways. So I Googled it and looked at it, and it was MDT. We have only 2 projects here of late that really are MDT shared pathways focused. I read a report just the other day where Missoula is taking the bulk of the money. And I'm going, well, wait a minute, we're the largest city, are we not? Why would we not have the bulk of the money for MDT, Shared Pathways Program?
Dorothy, I just want to make sure you're almost done. We're coming close to half an hour on the presentation.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay. Yes, I am almost done. So they will come forward with the data, and we will also, I just want to emphasize the Shared Pathways Program and the increase in utilization of pathways that in our biking system would really go to support our youth, because I also read the report that many of our college graduates are leaving. And I think a lot of it is they need an active, engaging, supportive environment. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Elise, anything else, or is that it before we open up for public comment? So we'll open up for public comment now. If anybody in the audience would like to comment on item number 3, please come forward. Any public comment on item number 3? Do not see any, so we'll close public comment on item number 3. There is no direction to staff. Appreciate the detailed report. Look forward to getting some of that data that we heard about. Councilmember Yakwis, you have something on the side up.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and thank you, Ms. Councilperson Joy, who's been going to these meetings. So that's commendable, and your hard work on that in that area. Just a couple things. One is, I notice you are focusing on 27th Street. So if you want to do me a favor, help me work on 21st Street. That's another area of concern of pathways. And, you know, when the railroad train is on 27th Street, I always take, I think it's 21st Street, right? Okay. So that's a real pathway, and we're trying to work on how to make it cleaner and better, and I'm trying to work with Daniel Brooks and the owner of the other store there and making it better. So I'm just a plug for that. And the other thing is, I hear your passion, and I want you to ask council, you know, how we can help you, not just on council meetings, but especially invite us to a meeting that's important for us to be able to give you feedback. And not everyone listens to me, but that's okay. That's okay too. But finally, the safe routes. Are we okay, Mr. Kukulski?
Absolutely.
You okay? You look like it.
You're going to talk about something I was going to talk about. So please talk about safe routes to school and the opportunity this week.
Okay, I might not even talk about that. Why don't you go ahead?
No, go ahead, please.
No, here's the point. You know, we're talking about safe neighborhoods, right? So I'm talking not only about the road, you know, the kids going down across the street, but talking about branches across this. You know, a lot of kids use the sidewalk. You know, certainly they use sometimes the street. I'll get that too. But I'm just trying to wrap my mind around and would like to even walk with somebody, one of you, maybe the chairman, from one end of that map to the other, and let's look at it. And not just, you know, again, the pathway itself, but branches, broken glass, abandoned homes, dogs, what makes that all safe? Thank you, Mayor, for that.
Yeah, very good. Good introduction, though. You mentioned Safe Routes to School. We're doing an audit this week. Chris, did you want to put in a pitch for that?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes. So today through the 24th, folks are in town auditing. Several of you have expressed an interest in that area, but unfortunately, maybe you all missed it in the weekly, this opportunity. So please reach out to Elise. I don't know if there's anything specific Elise wants to say tonight, but please reach out to her if you want to participate today, tomorrow, through the 24th in the audit work that is being done. You can see on the ground what they're looking at. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything else on this matter before we move to item number 4? Councilmember Ronnie, sorry.
That's okay. I'm like, look this direction.
Yes.
So thank you for that presentation. That was very informative and wonderful. And I echo what Councilman Yakowicz said. Come to us with asks on how we can support you better and how we can increase that funding and increase what we're doing, like what you shared about Missoula. And you don't have to answer it here, but if you could in an email, perhaps, if you could let us know why Missoula, do they have council members that are more supportive of safe routes to school or bicycle paths or things like that? How can we do better in Billings? And also, I know there was a very, very strong concerted effort to get a pedestrian pathway on the Yellowstone Bridge with MDT. You guys worked your heart out, and I know a lot of members in the public in Billings worked their heart out for that, and unfortunately, it came back as a no, if I'm remembering correctly from MDT. So my encouragement is ask us or give us guidance on how we can pursue that further, because I think that is going to be critical that we do get some sort of pedestrian walkway in that area. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Just to underline that on the Johnson Bridge, that's still a possibility. That's going to be reconstructed, and the MDOT has said it will definitely be putting in pedestrian bike access, but we need citizens to be keeping us updated on what the status of that is. Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. The one thing that kind of bothers me about this presentation is everybody blames the vehicle drivers for all these accidents and that. Oh, we got to slow the vehicles down, we got to do this, we got to do that. Take a drive up to Big Sky, Montana. All the bike trails up there, when you come to a major road crossing, it's got a yield to vehicle sign on the bike trail. And especially out on Shiloh, that trail that goes along there, they're starting to get brush and stuff growing up. If a bike is riding, 25, 30 miles an hour, how do you expect a vehicle that's coming up to the road to be able to see them with the brush and stuff? So I think we got to start putting some responsibility on the people using these trails also, because you can stop a bike way faster than you can stop a 4,000 or 5,000 pound vehicle. So share the road, share the responsibility, and if they can do it at Big Sky, there's no reason why we can't do it here.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion before we move to item number 4? Don't see any. Thank you very much, BPAP members. Item number 4 is our Code Enforcement Division Dirty Dozen update, and Nicole is the queen of dirty, or something like that. So,
At least you got your name right.
yeah.
While Nicole's getting set up here, yeah, you'll notice, actually, I was thinking some of the materials, I was interested to see how many of these properties were owned by the same individuals. So if any of you happen to know those 1 or 2 individuals, maybe a good conversation to have.
Okay. Thank you. It's been a while since we had a Dirty Dozen update. You have the staff report, you have the spreadsheet. Here's the visual to go with that. And I always say, And at the end of this slideshow, you'll see there's always a waiting list. So we're going to show you the waiting list, ones that I predict will make it on to the Dirty Dozen list as soon as some of these other ones come off.
The queen of cleanup. Maybe that's what we want to say.
Yeah,
The queen
that's
of
it.
cleaning up our community.
Right. And I'm not exaggerating when I say it's the Dirty 6 Dozen list, because we have 80 active cases right now that are public nuisance cases. Not all of them are dangerous structures or abandoned buildings, but they are significant impacts in the neighborhoods where they're located. So we have 5 that came off the list from our last time. Rio Lane, the abandoned and blighted structure was demolished. The property is sold. It's a new owner. 114 and 816 North 25th Street were allowed by the court. We worked this case through the court system very hard, both of these cases. The court allowed the owners to repair the exterior of those structures, although they're not occupied. They appear as though they could be occupied from the outside of the property. So it allows those owners to retain the property in the current condition, whatever that is on the inside. It's just the outside of the structure. It looks a lot better than it used to. 911 Terry was one of those backyard collections that you never see from the front, but everybody sees it from the alley. So that got cleaned up. That also required us to go to court. Judge gave the owners time to get it cleaned up. We thought it wouldn't happen, that we would have to go in and clean it up, but it happened. They cleaned it up. 503 Cook came off the list because this particular owner's family relatives stepped in and said they would help out and secure the building and take care of the property because the owner is currently incapacitated. So those are the 5 that came off the list. We're going to start at the bottom and work our way to the top. So number 12 is a property that's been on this list in the very beginning of August 2017. It is an unfinished building. It's in the Heights. It's a duplex. The project was abandoned in 2007. The ownership changed hands a couple different times, but it's now, we're in the court. We've been in court since July of 2020. And the court just gave him a last 30 days to get the exterior of these buildings finished. And he can work on the inside for as long as it takes. It's just the exterior of the building that needs to be completed. So he's making progress. We'll see if he comes off the list the next time around. 20 Washington Street. It hasn't substantially changed. We did issue a new citation to the owner in May because the buy-sell agreement failed and Mr. Boyer failed to take the action that he said he was going to take. And so the lower right picture is from the alley. You cannot see that from the front of the building, but half the roof is gone in the back from a fire that happened, well over a decade ago. So the building is not salvageable. It needs to be demolished. So the court is allowing time for a demolition or a sale to a new owner. Number 10, and you'll notice that I have put the name of the owner and the name of the place of their residence on the slide here. That's not by mistake. 213 and 215 South 30th were owned by Ken Glock and then sold to Kito Kutla in about a year and a few months ago. We, as a city, through a court order, completed the asbestos inspection for the properties and got the report. Mr. Kutla paid for that report because he didn't want it added to the taxes. And so he has all the information he needs to complete the demolition of these structures. He has not yet begun the demolition. He's probably got about another 2 weeks to get a demolition permit, and then we will cite him into court. This one is a difficult one. Don and Delia's sheriff's property at 504 Hillview. Don is deceased. Delia is in care. There is a relative locally here in Billings who we've tried to work with to take care of the property. A little bit has been done, so, picked up the property, but occasionally we'll get reports of transients that are still occupied on there. We may need the help of the Attorney General's office since we have a deceased owner and an owner who's incapacitated to resolve the issue of the property. Number 8, 313 South 28th. Gary Whites is the owner. There's his place of residence. We have had 4 cases in the past 24 months. Our current case started in August of this year. Generally, all these cases have to do with enormous collections of junk vehicles and junk. Basically, things are just thrown out of the residence into the yards. We have people who are living, forgot to hit this, living in this trailer. It's extension cords, hoses. A code enforcement officer was taking pictures, these pictures here taken in August. A person came out of the residence with a shotgun and asked her what she was doing there. So these places can be very significantly hazardous, both to the neighbors and to city staff. So we always use caution when we approach these. But this is an owner, this is a rental property, and so we'll be diligent about pursuing the resolution. This is 133 Adams. Jerome Kautzman is the owner. This had a fire in January of this year. It has remained vacant. It's not fully secured. We are waiting for a final inspection and then citing Mr. Kautzman into court. His place of residence is also on the screen. Also, Mr. Jerome Kautzman, number 6. He occupies 6 and 7. So open storage of junk and junk vehicles, 12 Monroe Street. You can see it started out pretty bad. Then there was some cleanup. Now we're going back the other direction. So 2202 Canyon Drive. Freddie Houtz is the owner, and he lives right nearby. This is quite the collection of junk and junk vehicles. We've issued the first citation to Mr. Houtz. Oh, look, Jerome Kautzman again. He occupies number 4. This is at 309 South 28th. It's right next door to 313 South 28th. Also, a very large collection of junk and junk vehicles. We have graffiti on the building that has not been taken care of. So first citation was issued to Mr. Kautzman on this property. Oh, he's on number 3. Jerome Kautzman again, 835 Miles. This property has been vacant for well over a decade. The structure is not structural. It doesn't have any integrity any longer. Essentially, it has to be deconstructed. It is an old garage facility in the Central Terry neighborhood. It was used as an auto repair for many, many years. Right now, Mr. Kautzman, I think, has some things still stored in there. But we have junk vehicles. We have people who camp here occasionally. All the windows and doors are boarded up.
Your Honor.
We are considering filing a nuisance case in district court.
Excuse me,
just
Nicole,
because-
Councilmember.
Quick question, 2016, the court case was dismissed?
Yes, that court case was dismissed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're considering, oh, I spelled that wrong, filing nuisance action in district court. One, because the municipal court has a cap on the judgment that we can assess to property owners of $9,500. $9,500 would probably not even pay for the asbestos inspection and report on this building. We estimate, or we've had estimates provided to us, that the demolition of this building would be upwards of $100,000.
Okay, so we voluntarily dismissed it out of municipal court
Yes.
in 2016. Okay, all right, go ahead, thank you.
Okay, and we have 120 South 29th. That was a property that was sold to Mr. Kutla in October of 2020 with the idea that he was going to go in there and rehab the property. He did get permits issued in the spring of 2021, but then he's not always in Billings, so he was not managing his contractors very well. And he had two contractors, one for the front house, one for the back house. And transients moved into the back house, into the attic space, and there was a fire, which basically destroyed anything that he had done on that rear building. He also says he plans to demolish these structures this fall. We'll see if that actually happens. And occupying number one is what everybody knows as the Battleship Apartment Building, which is on the south side. It was a 9-unit apartment building until an explosion and fire in December of 2019. The building remained in its current state of having no roof, having all the doors and windows boarded. It was attractive to transients and other criminal activity. We did cite Mr. Skowgie into court in May of 2021. The court held a hearing at the end of June and gave him 60 days to get a demolition permit going. The demolition permit was issued, but never acted on until just this last week, where the fencing went up and workers were on site removing the siding and the windows as salvage, is all I can imagine. We expect there is a status hearing, I believe, Wednesday, where Mr. Skowgie is supposed to appear and explain what's happening with the property and what progress has been made. But at least there are workers on site now. At least there's a fence up around the burned structure. We have advised the owner to take care of the graffiti that got sprayed on the street trees around the property. So that's not related to the building in particular, but it's just another example of what can happen around a building that gets abandoned for this long. Now the waiting list. I'm just going to give you the addresses really quick. 402 South 39th. That also had a house fire in December of 2020. 2919 6th Avenue South. That is a house that's owned by Investment Properties. So it was purchased at tax sale, but the previous owner is still in the building. Not sure what's going to happen with that one. 221 Miles Avenue. It's a blighted house, unoccupied. Jane Gehring is the owner. 423 Cook. The back house on this property is all boarded up. It's probably been that way for over a decade now. 423 Miles. That building had a fire in 1977. 4112 Buchanan. Jamie Tate was the owner. She's now deceased. We may be going to the Attorney General to settle that estate. 148 Jefferson, that goes back to court this week. It's also a burned structure. 413 South 29th. There are some contract buyers for this house, and it looks like they're starting to repair it, put in new windows, repair the siding. So for right now, we're just kind of watching, seeing what's happening. 221 South 32nd, another one owned by Mr. Kutla. 623 South 26th, that's on the east side of South 27th Street. That was a foreclosure auction, I think, scheduled for today or tomorrow. That apparently has transients living there. The owner, we're not really sure where the owner is. Nobody can find him. We have 528 Judith. That's a blighted structure there. 1205 Bench Boulevard. J&G Properties is the owner. It's an incomplete building. Basically, it has no siding on it at all. It's been that way for quite a while. Okay, and any questions?
Thank you very much, Nicole. Very informative, not necessarily positive, but the progress you're making is positive, so we appreciate that. I'll start with just kind of the big picture from my perspective is, are we making progress? And if so, how do we measure that? How do we know? These are largely anecdotal. We learn a lot how the process works, but is the problem overall in the city getting worse, or is it getting better? And if so, how do we start to measure that?
I think from an administrative point of view, we believe that it's getting better. We've have had enough cases in court that people have stopped ignoring us. In other words, when we say, you have a problem here, you need to take care of it, here's what I'd like you to do to bring this into compliance. I think they're more willing to listen because they can see the consequences of not doing something. I think it's progress that we have engaged the Attorney General's office in taking care of properties that are without heirs. We don't know who to contact anymore. We can't take a person who's deceased to court. So we have moved those properties along out of being a blight in a neighborhood to having new owners and new potential for development. But we haven't reduced the number overall of blighted properties. It hasn't, I guess the motivation to be better property caretakers overall hasn't been increased. In other words, like I said, we have a dozen in waiting. I could show you 5 dozen more that are a little bit lower down the list that may make it to this list eventually. We have found that this list and this report to you has motivated people to do things that otherwise they would not do without court intervention. So I think in some ways we've made progress from 2016, where we just had things, we know, it's been like that for 10 years.
Okay, thank you. We do appreciate that progress. Councilmember Ronning Purington?
She had her hand.
Councilmember Purington, then Ronning?
Thank you. Nicole, so these are, when they're handled in court, they're handled in municipal court or district court?
Mainly municipal court. To go to district court requires approval of at least the city attorney, if not the entire city council, before we go there.
So just in a follow-up with going to the Attorney General, they take possession of that property and then they sell it?
They appoint us the special administrators of the estate, and we find a buyer for the property and get it sold. The proceeds go into an escrow account, our costs come out, the remainder goes to the state.
So, and one follow-up, Mr. Ray. So, one of the things that we've heard in the downtown area are the absentee owners in that area. Do you have properties in the downtown area that make this list?
I think there was only ever one that was on that list, and that was 2810 Montana Avenue. And that was, it was an unsecured building. At the time we took it off the list, there was an agreement that the owner and their consultant would actively start marketing that building for remodeling and new tenants. I don't know if they've attracted a new tenant yet, but that would be the only one that really comes to mind.
Thank you, Councilor Ronnie.
Thank you, Nicole. As City Administrator Kukulski and Nicole and Wyeth know that Councilman Yakowicz and I are working on some of these properties and what I would call slumlord properties in Billings. Really, really horrific conditions in which renters are having to live. I would say one property obviously is not getting enough complaints because I think it's the worst. It beats everything on your list, and that obviously is the trailer court at 37 Washington.
That's on our list.
Yeah, it's the
It's
worst
just
of the
not on
worst.
this
Yeah,
list
it's the
yet.
worst of the worst. But one of the things I wanted to share is that, you're giving us code enforcement information, which is excellent. Thank you for providing the property owners' names. I think that's important. Is one of the pieces of information that Councilman Yakowicz and I received from Chief St. John in regard to some of the properties that are on your list, especially those on the South 28th in that 3 to 400 block, or 3 to, did I say that right? Yeah, 3 to 400 block. There have been, since 2019, more than 1,000 police calls to those properties. More than 1,000 police calls. And so these are not only these properties, and then I can go on and on about Battleship and how much human trafficking and how much drug trafficking has been in that particular location. I am so glad to see that action is being taken on that particular property, but these are properties that are not only consuming our code enforcement dollars, but these are properties that are bringing crime into the neighborhood and costing us public safety dollars. So thank you for the work you're doing on this, and I just continue to encourage you to help us become, the city council, to become more impactful and how we can improve our ordinances, how we can empower code enforcement, what we can do to make these properties clean up faster. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for this list. One of the things that you mentioned at slumlords, obviously, landlords who just don't care their property and just rent to anyone who would live in whatever they want. But when you guys go into some of these properties and see that, is there any other department of the state or the health department that you can bring in to where these landlords need to bring these houses up to a standard of habitable living? And put more pressure on them that way. For instance, you went to the AG for those that you can't, there's no property owner, you get that assigned to you. But can you bring other departments in to assist you with this, to help with some of this cleanup? And maybe there's fines they can assess them for not having proper plumbing or whatever it may be, so that we can get some of these properties moving that way from other departments.
Right. The struggle that we have with interior property conditions is the Landlord-Tenant Act. State of Montana has some very specific things that the state and landlords have to comply with. The resolution of those conditions is treated as a contract between the tenants and the landlords. There's very little opportunity for an outside agency to come in and do something. So for example, they're supposed to have smoke alarms and carbon monoxide detectors. They're supposed to have doors and windows that lock. They're supposed to have, and this is a strange word to use, adequate hot water and adequate heat. So when those complaints come through, we send those to Riverstone Health. We say, we've got a complaint that came in that says that the landlord came in and took out the front door and didn't give them a locking door for the front of their property. But there's also, their hands are tied. Until that changes, there's not much we can do about the interior conditions of buildings. If someone rents a property, it's assumed that that tenant knows what they're getting. And sometimes they don't know what they're getting.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Triki?
Can you or your staff do something to make sure that we get the court dates?
Sure.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Councilmember Purington?
So Nicole, in a lot of different areas in the departments, we've been looking at legislative action for, to help ease some of the angst that goes on within local government. Have you looked into, like, the Landlord Tenant Act, what sort of legislative action would help, absentee ownership, slumlord conditions, that sort of thing? Have you looked into other communities or other laws in other states that we might look at that for our legislators locally?
Sure. First, the Landlord Tenant Act would have to be amended to allow local governments to have some control over rental properties as a regulatory body. The most common way this is done in other states is that the building code for that state allows the local jurisdiction to adopt what we call minimum property maintenance standards. It's a section of the International Code for residentials that allows those minimum standards to apply both to the outside and the inside of a structure. Many states allow local communities to do what they call a registration program that pays for inspectors. And the registration program is every 2 years, you register your rentals. And the city will provide inspection services for that, for code enforcement or fire department or building officials. And that's usually how it's done. Otherwise, I'm not really seeing a way that we have tried to go around the Landlord Tenant Act. We've tried to see if there's a way to do minimum property maintenance standards in buildings without getting crossways with the building code requirements for the state, but the state specifically disallows property maintenance standards section of the building code, and the Landlord Tenant Act treats that relationship as a contract.
Councilmember Purington, another item?
Just as a quick follow-up and comment, I guess, is that, that's one thing, property rights is supreme here. And I could see some of this, maybe being an issue with legislators. And so I understand, how you have to balance that because we're getting into public safety and welfare. And I think that also is very important. So it'll be interesting to maybe address some of those issues and see where you go with them, or where I can go with them.
Thank you. Councilmember Yakovich.
Just thank you for your patience. Great presentation. Mayor, you asked a great question about progress, and so thanks to code enforcement, we have like the State Avenue building that Mr. Cromley and I worked on for a long time, thanks to code enforcement. That was knocked down. The one near the rail line coffee shop was torn down, and thanks to the court and Craig and code enforcement. So there is that progress. What was that building? With CLDI is now, it was totally restored. So Councilperson Ronning and I were in court here today, and so one of our hopes and visions is that we continue to work with the court. We know that there's a line of judicial and legislative, but I think there's a door opening, especially for our younger council who will remain here, to keep that door open, because I think the court really wants to work with, the court wants to do what is called due process, and you know that better than I, Your Honor. So that's one conversation. I think the other is that we continue to work with code enforcement, like Councilperson Ronnie said, is that, Nicole, whatever way council can help strengthen ordinances. We don't want to take away property rights, but we do want to give more teeth to our code enforcement. So in that process, I can see more success. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Yakovich. Let's move to public comment on this item. As we do that, Nicole, I'll just make an overall comment that we really appreciate what you're doing here, and certainly not going to second guess whether number 6 should be number 8 and all of that kind of detail. However, this is so important that I wonder if there isn't a role for the council to get involved in establishing 30,000-foot policy. And by that, I specifically mean what goes on the list, because what goes on the list dictates the resources that the city attorney's office is likely to dedicate and the attention that your office dedicates. And so what goes on the list really does matter from a large 30,000-foot view. And it seems to me that there might be factors that are more important than others that you use in putting things on the list, like is there a concentration in a particular area geographically? Are there individuals who have multiple properties? Are there certain properties that are their blight is spreading in the neighborhood and there's just that many more complaints? Are there properties that pose a physical danger because they're occupied and are falling down? Those sorts of factors. And I guess I would encourage you to maybe try to put some of that down on writing, maybe come to the council, tell us how we can help define what goes on the list, especially if there are choices that you think that would be better for this council to make than for your staff. So that's just a comment. But let's open it up. If there are anybody from the public who would like to comment on item number 4, please do. Ask that you give us your name and keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Catherine Card, 2815 4th Avenue South. Mayor and Council, I'm really glad you're talking about this tonight, and especially Penny, your Councilman Ronnie. You're gathering the information on the crimes. We've gone back and forth about that too. There now is an app within the police department that allows you to put in an address and see what the current crime calls to that have been within the last month, within the last week, whatever. It's very useful. So I live within a half a block of 313 South 28th. I also live next door to another property of Kautzman's, which is 315 South 29th. Both of those properties, as well as 312 South 28th, have tremendous numbers of police calls and ambulance calls and overdoses and all these things that have been just the 6 years I've been there constant. So I really encourage you to be more active and looking at some of the causes of this. One of the things I want to bring to your attention is that one of the causes of it, these folks like Skaggy, Whites, not so much Whites, but Kautzman have multiple rentals, and they rent to ex-offenders. In our city, ex-offenders can't just live anywhere. I don't care, what they've done good after they've gotten out of prison, and especially sex offenders. At one point, Kautzman's house right next to mine had 6 sex offenders in it and a family that had a child in the same building. It's a complex issue, and we really need to work on all of that. The places for someone with a record to be able to rent a decent place, but also to put pressure on the these landlords that have no incentives. Councilman charges $800, $700 a month for these horrible places because he can get it, because these people have no other place to live. So thank you so much for your work, and I appreciate if the Southside Task Force can do anything anymore to help you, let us know. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on item number 4? Don't see any. We'll close the public comment period on item number 4. No direction from staff is being requested. Anything further before we move to item 5? Don't see any. So item number, I'm sorry, Councilmember Running.
I just wanted to share one thing and really thank Nicole and the city staff and Chris and Gina for the work they're doing and going after the property owners with public comment and taking action. One of the places, we've heard about the lazy KT in the past, and one of the other places that you all know I've been working and been frustrated with is the roadway in. And on April 6th, they received a letter, the owner of the roadway received a letter from the city of Billings in regard to the crime that's been happening in the public safety services that property has been consuming. So we received the numbers from Chief St. John just recently. So from January 1 to April 1st, the road of this year, the roadway in had more than 85 police calls. The letter was sent to the owner of the roadway inn who lives out of state, giving notice that we are paying attention to his property. There have been multiple complaints that city council's received that we see this property as consuming public safety services. Since that letter was sent, the calls for police from April 1st to September 1st were down by more than half. There were just slightly over 40 calls. So what we know is that this type of action is getting results. So thank you again, and I just wanted to provide that information. So thank you.
Very good, thank you. Okay, we'll move to item number 5, American Rescue Plan update. Our presenter is our Finance Director, Andy Zeller, and maybe some tag teaming with our City Administrator, Chris Kukulski.
It's a tag team match. Ready to rumble. Here we go. I'll start this. You're thinking you're in for a break, but you don't need one. This is going to be edge of your seat, thrilling. All right, we're here for an ARPA update. The last time you got one, I believe, was in July, beginning of July. So the purpose really tonight is to provide you with an update. You will see some things coming forward in future CIP work sessions, CIP adoption, and budget. So plenty of opportunity for council to provide feedback. Of course, if you have some to provide tonight, it's always welcome, but not the main focus tonight. You may recall back from the July meeting, there are generally 3 buckets of ARPA funds. The main focus tonight is really on this blue bucket, which is our direct federal allocation. You didn't get a lot of information on this at that previous July meeting because the main focus was the competitive grant, which had a very time-sensitive application requirement at that time. So we've identified 3 projects that will be coming forward in the CIP in some capacity that we really think fit the bill for the ARPA funding because there's not a lot of funding available or other funding options available for them. The first one is the 911 radio communication system. The current system is about 20 years old. It's coming up on its end of life in spring of 2023, and estimated replacement costs are for $10 to $15 million. So it's pretty substantial. We don't have that much set aside. We have been anticipating some of this, but nowhere near this magnitude. We've identified, I'm going to say, $1 to $1.5 million of funding that we had anticipated on for this, but it's not obviously 10 to 15 million. And Derek Yeager's here to answer if there's really specific questions about that. There was information in the staff memo there, and outside of a walkie-talkie, I don't really know anything about this, so I'm going to leave it to him.
And these are not like the walkie-talkies we had when we were kids.
I think they've got more than
They're more sophisticated.
Across the house radius, but yeah.
Basically, they're the same.
Okay.
The former law enforcement, but they charge a lot more for them.
Yeah, I guess at 10 to 15 million, that's a lot more.
Yeah, and that, I'll back up there a little bit. I think there's maybe some things to talk on that price tag, because that's a wide range, right? It's 50%. And we have, I'm going to butcher this, we've done some things at our new facility that allowed the state to come in and house some equipment there. And if we jump onto that equipment, we can be at that lower end, the $10 million end. Hardly call that low. But if we don't do that option and we go on our own standalone equipment for whatever reason that may be, we're going to be on that higher end of 15 million. That's why the range is there. I think Derek's pretty confident that those numbers are accurate. It just kind of depends on which path we take. The next project are the park-like amenities for the West End Water Treatment Plant. As I believe has been conveyed, water funds can be used for the reservoir project, for the water treatment facility, for the pipeline, for all the water components. But the park-like amenities, the recreational amenities, such as the trails, docks, those can't be funded with water funds because they're not for the water utility. There's estimated cost here of around $7.5 million. A portion, if not all, of this project would be recommended to be funded with our ARPA funds. And then, as you have been made aware of in the past, the space needs at the city are significant, and there's need to build out the law and justice portions of a potential law and justice center. These would include municipal court, police, legal, and code enforcement. The estimated cost there is $6 million on the build out for those. If you were paying attention and quick at math, you would notice that that's 23.5 to 28.5 million, which exceeds the 15.9 million we will receive in ARPA funds. So some decisions will need to be made on how to do all of that. It's not going to be possible to do it all with 15.9 million. And that's, I guess at this point, I just want to make you aware of that. But these projects will be included in the CIP coming forward in November. We should have a draft available to you guys in early October. I don't know if you want to add anything more to this portion, and then I'm going to cover kind of the other two buckets a little bit.
So yeah, let me just cover briefly. So the intent, as we said in the memo, wasn't that tonight you would sign off or agree to any of these. We've said throughout that the capital improvement planning process would be what we would use to bring you these staff recommendations. Ultimately, you will go where you decide and where you want to go. We just felt, frankly, that as more and more questions come up about the use of funds and understanding how busy we will be when we're trying to tackle the overall CIP, which has tens of millions of dollars of expenditures in it, we wanted to have an opportunity to kind of highlight some of these projects, have some dialogue about them, so that you'd have that as a part of your thought process as we get over the next 60 days into the actual capital improvement plan, technology replacement plan, and equipment replacement plan, although our equipment replacement plan really isn't affected by these, but technology certainly would be, or the CIP. So that's the intent tonight.
Thank you very much. Anything else from you before we move on to Derek and other comments?
Well, I don't know if Derek has anything formal to present. I do have a few more slides on the other two buckets, just kind of an update Debbie gave me permission to speak on her behalf, so.
Okay, before we move to that, I'm just going to comment, since we're looking at kind of big picture of those direct federal dollar allocations that would come out of the 15.9 million, if I may, just to update the council. Just a reminder to council, several weeks ago, we did get a formal request from Montana Rescue Mission for an allocation from those same dollars of $2 million. So that's also potentially on the list. We're also going to be having a discussion about a sobering center. That could potentially be on the list, of course. And I want to update the council. I've had several conversations at a meeting with Kurt Alme, the governor's budget director, in the last week. Current budget director for the governor until the end of September. But not for very long. And while he's in his office, though, he is trying to drive forward a possible allocation of state ARPA dollars that would require a match from the city out of this same pool of 15.9. The purpose of that is ARPA, of course, has to be COVID related. One thing that we've seen around the country, and certainly in Billings, is an increase in crime as a result of COVID. The state has divided its dollars into these different commissions, one of which is the Economic Recovery group. And so what the potential proposal is for the state to use several $1 million of those state dollars for addressing crime, violent crime, associated with the increase from COVID recently in Billings. Not throughout the state, but just in Billings. This would be unique to Billings. But it would be necessary that the state, or I'm sorry, that the city and the county contribute some sort of matching dollars. So just by way of example, and there's nothing formal or definitive about these, but could be roughly, say, $2 million of state money, $1 million worth of city money, and $1 million worth of county money. Don Jones, the chairman of the county commission, has been involved with these discussions, so the county commission is generally familiar with that. The state is planning to proceed with that. I warned him that the council has not approved any sort of allocation, but public safety is our top priority. And if, from my personal perspective, if we could contribute, say, $1 million and get $1 million worth of county money to help address these problems and several $1 million worth of state money, that may be money very well spent. The state's priority also will be addressing the problem of the lack of resources in the public defender's office, which we are seeing become a bottleneck in the prosecution of cases, and why a lot of people are sitting in our jail, and we don't have room in the jail because they don't have lawyers to help process bail applications and trials. So anyway, I just wanted the council to know, potentially $1 million additional coming out of that if the council wanted to go down that path, and if the state continues to do so. But again, the state is moving in that direction at this point. So thank you. Andy, why don't you go continue your presentation unless somebody wanted to comment on that further.
Mayor and Council, the only piece I would add, consistent with the mayor's work, and thank you in those discussions, when we did get to speak with the governor directly Friday, we emphasized what I think is logical and makes sense, which is Billings, unfortunately, has a need here, has an undeniable set of evidence and facts related to this. The idea, though, would be, as I think you can all appreciate as policymakers, if another community has something of similar, our pilot project, if you will, needs to be repeatable. So whatever the matches are, whatever the funding is for, the idea obviously isn't just to be exclusive and help one community in Montana. It is something that may grow from there, but we clearly are the ones who have experienced the violent crime spike at a level that it appears to be unequaled across the state, but if equaled later by another community, the idea would be whatever we do, that could be replicated for those communities. So, thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
Okay. I will add kind of to that, your comment about some requests we've received, or you guys have received for ARPA funds. There is another very small bucket, and I'm not good at graphic design, so that's why there's still only 3 up here. But community development, CDBG did get a very small ARPA allocation. I believe it's around 1.2 million that will be eligible for similar projects, COVID-related. I believe they just got the regulations from HUD within the past 7 days. So I think they're still working through how that program's going to work. But there is another small portion that is out there. But just important to be aware of. You'll see something on that, and I don't want you to confuse it with any of these 3. On to the competitive grant. In your Friday letter, you read a paragraph or so from Debbie that indicated we are the recipients of 3 awards of $2 million each, total of $6 million for 3 of our projects that Public Works applied for. And that has officially been approved by the governor. So we will be getting those 3 projects funded to $2 million each. All the other projects qualified. They were ranked, which means they qualified, but they didn't rank high enough. So they didn't get any funding. So city's intention, Public Works' intention, is to take those projects that didn't get any funding and use those towards the minimum allocation grant. And so that's the other state portion for water and wastewater projects. Because we know they qualify, because the application's already done, their intention is to go forward with those projects and obtain the $15.6 million that's available from the state for those projects. I believe she is going to have another update this Friday for you. That's what she told me, and if she didn't, now she's on the hook for it. So that's what she gets.
Andy, could you go back to the list that showed what those 3 different grants of $2 million? So the West End Water Treatment Plant, the 2021 water rehab, is that like lead
I believe
pipes
those are
and
water
Pipe
pipe
replacements.
replacements.
pipe replacement, and then the influent lift station? Okay, thank you very much.
Yep. And I believe these are all the projects that Jennifer presented on July 6th as well, that needed to be approved before the application deadline back in July. Again, I don't have, we're not necessarily looking for direction from council this evening. As Chris stated, we just wanted you to be aware of kind of where we're at, what you should expect to see in the near future. If there's anything compelling you feel the need to share with us, I'm happy to hear it.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Andy? Councilmember Tree, Councilmember Ronnie, Councilmember Purington.
Andy, I just want to hear you say that the communication system is now in the equipment replacement plan, or was it? And we just didn't get far enough down.
Yeah, Mayor, Councilmember Tricky. So the portions of it were in a technology replacement plan, and obviously only a small portion of it. Back in 2015, maybe 17, somewhere in there, we started funding about 5 different public safety equipment items in a replacement plan. It started when we bought new air packs for the fire department, because they, like all of our other equipment, has to be replaced all at once. So that's why we started creating this funding mechanism for that. It's always based upon what we purchased it at, and then kind of guessing what it's going to cost in the future. Well, this one's 20 years old now and was quite a bit cheaper, I guess. So that, if that answers your question, some of it's funded, but obviously not to the tune of $10 million.
Next time we'll do better.
It will require annual budget allocations to set that money aside, so that's the tough part. Yeah.
Councilmember Purington and then Ronnie. Okay, Councilmember Ronnie.
Thank you. Great presentation. All of those projects, obviously very worthwhile and clearly needed. Two things. One is I just want to keep emphasizing and putting out there and making sure we just don't keep punting it down the road, down the road, down the road. And I just want to just continue to advocate for Fire Station 8 and 9. And emphasize that there is a need. It was in the fire station, the fire master plan, that those were a need. I know CPSM came up with something different. I don't agree with what they came up with, something different, but just wanted to emphasize the need for Fire Station 8 and 9 and just keep putting it out there and advocating for that. Number two is, thank you, Mayor, for the report that you gave. I fully support that. My encouragement would be to city administration and to council, the meeting that Councilman Yakowicz and I had today with Judge Kolar was extraordinarily insightful. And my encouragement with any type of money when it comes to those public safety, or if it's public safety mill levy dollars, fingers crossed that this passes, is that money be put toward programs that we see and we are given reports that are showing results. And I feel very strongly about that we actually are seeing results with those programs. What we're seeing great results with are our treatment courts, our drug courts. They are showing phenomenal results. And so I just really want to advocate that we continue to look at programs that we don't often hear about at the podium, but they're impactful. And so I just want to put that out there.
Thank you very much. Councilman Purinton?
So Chris, this was a question to you. We did get that application or request from MRM, and Gateway House had also sent one earlier that they withdrew. And at that time, there was some conversation, how many of these are we going to get, and how are we going to vet those, I guess, is the best word I know. So what is the plan in going forward with some of those requests?
So really, that is a question back to this body. I think, in fairness, if we're going to open it up to outside entities, then in fairness, we need a process of opening up, not just responding to letters that we receive. This discussion tonight is not meant to slam the door shut on that. It's meant to give you information of some projects that, I think with the exception of the radio system, and we're all kind of reeling from, okay, as great as we've been at equipment replacement and other things, this one was a big miss. But it's a reality, so we want to put it on the table. I think ultimately for you, my advice is we need to be very deliberate, need to be careful. If we're going to go out, then you have to be prepared to have a process to deal with what will likely be dozens of requests. And how will those be analyzed? How will we make those decisions? Or are you going to shut that door? That's ultimately the council's call.
So just to follow up. So out of the 15.9, almost $16 million, these things that Andy laid out tonight, plus the request from MRN and possibly others, those would come out of this bucket. Is that correct? Out of the 15.9?
Yes. Or, yes.
Okay.
As well as the mayor talked about, what we haven't seen yet, but to the governor's office's credit, I mean, the governor spoke with the mayor and I about that discussion. The mayor has been involved with the finance director's discussion. So things do continue to evolve and opportunities still exist relative to.
We need a full list, because if you can't start spending it until you get the full list.
And so I think to some degree, one of those directions may be, whether it's tonight or it probably isn't right tonight, but sometime in the future, near future, is if the council is going to open that door or not out to the community. Because if that is the policy direction, then we need to put a process together for that and open that door up so that you can see just how many requests are out there. Right now, you've named a few who have taken the initiative to provide us with a written request of what they'd like to see. So.
Thank you. Can I just ask Derek to tell us why a radio system costs $10 to $15 million? And since that's not a one-time request, I mean, it's classic technology that's going to become obsolete. Does that translate? It's a 15, call it a 15-year useful life, just $1 million every year till the end of time that we should be planning on. But anyway, why does a radio system cost 10 to 15 million bucks?
Mayor, Council, good evening. That's a really good question that I've asked a lot of people. Essentially, radio systems of today are computers. The computer technology combined with the two-way communication that is utilized within the city on the 800 megahertz network, providing for interoperability for public safety resources from the city to have it with other state, county, and federal agencies require a level of technology that essentially costs exactly that much. We do host a core, as Andy mentioned, which in and of itself is anywhere from 5 to 8 million. We host that core owned by and operated by the state of Montana. Part of that agreement for us housing that was that we would be allowed to use that core should we desire in the future. Our current system was very narrow in its specification. It has a lot of fail points. It uses a lot of third-party applications and software. The cost that you saw before you was rough order magnitude to have one complete entire system that's not reliant on numerous other fail points, numerous other software vendors requiring numerous other contracts for service. That's probably the best way that I can explain that. It does also include the capability for the field responders to purchase radios to be able to utilize that system to establish its full capacity.
And I assume before one pulls the trigger on a $10 to $15 million expense, there's a lot of consultants that are hired to put in writing what that system would look like, what the options are, so that we can actually read something and understand it a little bit better.
Yeah, I think the intent of tonight was to put that out there, that it's there. It was as much of a surprise to me to find out that our current system goes end of life in spring of '23 with not much of a plan to replace it. What that means is at that point in end of spring of '23, will our current radio system still work? Yes, it will. However, if it breaks the next night, we really possess no physical ability to repair it, to bring it back online. Subsequently, we do not have a backup system. And when that occurs, that leaves all of our public safety responders with no VHF or 800 megahertz two-way communication.
Okay, Councilmember Puritan? Councilmember Boyette?
Just a quick question. Do we share, or does the county share any of that cost with us?
Mayor, Councilmember Puritan, no, they do not. They have completely separate radio systems. So the current city radio system is utilized by, I can't remember the exact number of city departments, but it's most all of them that have any form of two-way communication. The county sheriff's office did just invest a little over $2.5 million in their own radio system, which is comparable to what I would probably propose we go to, but it's only for 60 persons and 2 consoles. We're looking at anywhere from 12 to 15 consoles and up to about 800 users.
Councilor Boyette? That was my question as well. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Bernice?
Are you talking about this radio system being more than just public safety? Are you talking about across all city employees?
That's correct, Mayor, Councilmember Neese. The current radio system that's there is used primarily, of course, by police department, fire. However, it's also used by aviation and transit, public works, a number of other departments in the city. Yes, it is.
So you're adding more departments to the radio system that we have today?
Nope, the scope of the project included all of the departments which currently use the radio system.
Okay, all right.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I think we should open up for public comment. Thank you very much. Appreciate the good news here. Is there any public comment on item number 5, American Rescue Plan report that you've just heard? Ms. Carr.
Catherine Carr, 2815 4th Avenue South. Mayor and Council, I really ask that you, when you come up with a way of evaluating these asks for the ARPA money, that you really consider a number of things. I'm surprised that, I'm surprised, I guess, to hear that MRM has asked for money from you, especially money that's related to ARPA, that's related to COVID. During the last 2 years, MRM has not been a solid partner with the other providers for homeless people. And groups like Off the Street, the Crisis Center, St. Vincent de Paul, had to take up the slack over and over again when MRM would say they would do something to help not only the isolation needed for the COVID patients or COVID people amongst the homeless, but just the homeless. When they would commit to feed them, they would feed them for a while and suddenly one day quit. They would change their criteria for allowing people to stay there. And so it was the other providers plus myself and a fairly sizable group of volunteers that had to take up the slack for months. And it's ironic that you would even consider MRM as a recipient of COVID money. Give it to Off the Streets. Give it to the COC to use for housing people, including those who are sick with COVID. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment on item number 5?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tom Rupsis, 105 Legends Way. I was pleasantly surprised to see the West End treatment or reservoir park amenities in the list, $7.5 million. I want to be clear, I fully support using ARPA or COVID or CARES or whatever funds they come from, funds for some public benefit. A lot of these projects we've been talking about are great, they're worthy, they're necessary, but they're nothing that anybody can go out and enjoy. And it would be nice to come out of this with something that the public can enjoy. For $7.5 million, we could get our community center at Castle Rock, we could put a playground at Centennial, we could do work down at Colson Park, we could even start the infrastructure out at Cottonwood Park. So I didn't think that park amenities, like what we described at the West End reservoirs, were allowed under these ARPA funds, but assuming they are, I'd like to throw a lot more projects into the mix there, and hopefully we can have a broader discussion. I know the money is not nearly sufficient to everything that we're talking about, but there are a lot of projects out there worthy of consideration, so thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on item number 5? Seeing none, public comment period is closed. Council, I think we'll try to wrap up, move on to public comment on non-agenda items. Anything further on item number 5? Don't see any. So, Council, any items of general council discussion before public comment on non-agenda items? On non-agenda items? Okay, yeah, we're not there quite yet, but we will be. Any items of general council discussion? Councilmember Ronnie?
Thank you. I just wanted to share that our community lost someone very unexpectedly this past week. And if you ever followed him on social media, and that was Larry Pinky Edwards, he would take his camera, especially during the pandemic, he took his camera all throughout our city and developed quite a following of taking photographs of the rims of Zimmerman Trail at night, of our downtown area, and he just did such an amazing job of bringing community and showing Billings through his photography just how spectacular our community is. And one of the projects that he was really working on in showing through social media and developed a huge following was the amazing artwork that's being done down on the south side. But he unexpectedly died at 52 years of age, and it was shocking to all of us that have been following his journey of bringing Billings to the world. And he will be tremendously missed by his husband and all of us that followed and were so touched by his eye and beauty for our city. So just wanted to share that.
Thank you. Councilor Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Just Ted Lechner was a big person in Yellowstone County for many years. He helped establish the Youth Service Center, which is the detention facility for juveniles on South 27 down by the women's prison. And the Youth Service Center handles children from 27 different counties that reside, that come into this facility. And he passed away, and his funeral is Friday at 10 o'clock at St. Thomas Church. And he was a well-known figure for us older people. But I just want to remind everybody, there are good people like that did a good job. And thank you very much.
Thank you. See nothing else, we now open up for public comment on non-agenda items. Go ahead and come forward if you'd like to comment on anything that was not on our agenda tonight. Just ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes and tell us your name and address up front.
Dennis Olvested, 78 27th Street West, number 22. I'd like to talk to you people about things we've been having a long time, is light districts. In the city of Billings, we have over 200 light districts, 200. And I, studying that, came to decision what we could do. Let's slide up our interior streets, Broadwater, Monad, which be a collectible, and all our main streets. We'd light them up all the way from, the west end, across the heights and down. Of course, we'd have to have an increase in the mill levy. And I do think that people would not mind having an increase in the mill levy of the safety levy, because right now we're paying $8.33 per month, and that's on the 2021 public levy safety mill. And what we could do, we might add it in here, or we might add it somewhere else. And what this will do in turn, we're going to have all our arterial streets lit up. And in turn, it's going to increase the efficiency, emergency for all our response calls, the fire engines, fire trucks, and emergencies on the highway. And once again, it's going to improve the traffic safety, because people here from Billings, we know that from 32nd and Grand Avenue, going across the Peter Yeagan Golf Course over to Broadwater, it's pretty dark. It's real dark. But I would like if the council would check on this, because once again, instead of doing just all these light districts we've had, I've had a community service over 12 years, and we're looking at these 200 light districts 12 years ago. And this would be the common thing to do. Let's just improve our safety and increase the efficiency of the fire truck calls and emergency calls. Once again, let's just have it under one umbrella. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on anything not on our agenda tonight? Don't see any, so public comment on agenda item is closed. You're released. We're adjourned. Good night.